Okay, grace and peace. I'm not going to be on here. I'm not going to be on here too long, but I wanted to share.
Okay,
I
grace
want
and
to. Oh,
peace.
let me turn this thing down. I want to share a video or two. Someone sent me trying to go through some of the stuff in the last couple of days. I think I had a lot. I always say I get a good bit of emails and stuff, but I think I had more than normal, because of some other videos that I took down, stuff like that. That's normal for me to take some videos down or to make it private. That's no big thing. Conspiracy and all of this stuff. Sometimes folk just be doing too much. They just thinking they just doing too much. Rev Jeremy, what's good with you, brother? I'm gonna play something because a lot of stuff. Hold on, let me copy this down and see if I copy this and put this link in here in case anybody want to jump on and and share their thoughts on some of the stuff that I'm gonna say. A lot of people get upset. A lot of people offended. Oh man, I didn't know. And that's how come I know something is wrong with me, D Ray. I'm trying to pray and I'm trying to figure it out. But something is wrong with me. Folk really offended. A lot of folks is loose. A lot of folk offended with the comment section alone. They don't like the comment section. They don't think the comment section saved or it's godly conversation. And what's so crazy, a lot of times I bring people on because I'm here for the comments. I know. I'm trying to pray, I'm trying to grow, I'm trying to be better. Now, one of the reasons I can't bring these good educated preachers on here to teach y'all nothing is because y'all getting ignorant. Why why they done turned around? Y'all know y'all gave this, that's my man too. Y'all gave him the label Pagan Mike. Why y'all calling the preacher? Why they emailing me talking about this Johnny Gill? My. Why they got Pastor J? Why did they name him Johnny Gill? Yolanda, I can't do nothing with these folk. You can't control. What you want me to do? Shut the whole comment section down? And I gotta admit, I'm ignorant. I'm here for the comment section, but it offends a lot of my truly spiritual brothers and sisters in Christ. They just like, listen, you got to try to get a handle on it. I feel the comment section is good because this is just how it is. Now I do the comment section, and if anybody come in here and they're offended trying to act like the comment section is so deep and so spiritual, y'all just got a problem. The comment section is ill. It's some ignorant stuff going on in the comment section, and I gotta admit, I be in here reading the comment section, looking and I do get a little chuckle from the comment section. But on a serious note, the comment section is like I told you. This whole channel is like a thermometer. You can just tell the temperature. You can tell what's going on from the comment section. You can tell a lot of what people feel from the comment section. Now, there's some things that's some people get offended because they say statements and some questions that are being made are just too ignorant. For a true Bible believer, if you really believe that, if you really follow that word, if you really have the spirit, you're not going to say some of the ignorant stuff. And I remember in school they used to say, "Listen, you can ask questions. Don't leave out of here not any asking any questions." And it's okay. We used to always encourage people as teachers. We used to always encourage people to go ahead and ask questions. And now we see the level of questions and just people mindsets, how they're thinking and how they're attempting to understand stuff. We've seen people to the whole extreme. Now, I've got my personal opinion about cards and sports and all of that stuff like that. But it's easy for me to say that because I never grew up being involved in that. But am I going to make people unsaved? Am I going to make people heretics? I've been out with I used to hang out with a lot of all different pastors. Anytime you go somewhere and preach and you're teaching, or you out of town, you with pastor, you with friends, whatever friends come to town and they come to the church, they come to church to preach, or you go there to preach, to teach a conference, or anything. People often go out with the guest speaking, the pastors. I've been out with speakers in restaurants, and some people feel, everybody got to take their hat off, and every single preacher got to bow his head, and everybody got to join hands and speak in tongues around the food in the restaurant. I've been with preachers that didn't pray at all. The food just came out and they just started eating. You know, which I've been with people that sit down and some just pray individually over their feet. It's all different stuff. But a lot of times when you see people, you're like, yo, that's the guest pastor, and you've seen them on TV, then you go out with them, you're expecting something in your mind. And I think a lot of people, they expect certain things from people, from preachers, from teachers, from, you know, whoever. They expect certain things. And when they don't meet the expectations that they have in their minds, that they're kind of, they get kind of disappointed. We've been talking a lot about freedom in Christ, and we got people to extremes on both sides. When we start talking about freedom in Christ, you think folk out here in Christianity preaching, you can, you know, just live any type of wild, satanic, devil worshiping lifestyle, homosexual lifestyle, and you're the leader of the church, and you can just do anything. And they'll bring up extreme cases, but the truth of the matter is we got extremism on both sides. We got people that's talking crazy on both sides, and it's because they feel some type of way. The other thing is because we living in what some people would call a cancel culture. I should bring up that what's his name, son. He did something on cancel culture a couple of days ago. We should bring that up and just discuss that. Cancel culture is when you just excuse me, you just want to get rid of somebody. You just, you know, people get offended. Oh, I don't like what he said. They want to put the word out and try to rile everybody else to go against the individual because someone spoke their mind, and that's not really good. But I just came back from CVS and got some of that medicine in a white bottle. That medicine in a white bottle. I like bringing some of that stuff up. So I'm going to play something. You know, I joke and mess around with people about the Great Pumpkin, but when it comes to holidays and things that's not even in the Bible. Playing football is not in the Bible. Super Bowl halftime show, the NBA playoffs, Xbox, none of that stuff is in the Bible. But a lot of people say that they want, you know, individuals to think biblically. And, you know, how would you handle this? How would you handle that? So I just wanted to play something concerning this holiday, concerning what they would call Halloween, and how some believers may differ. I'm gonna play 2 or 3 short clips and just put it out there. Like I said, the main reason these things come out here is for people to talk. People talk anyway. Just give them something to talk about. Let me see which one I'm going to start with. All right, I'll start with this one right here.
Where did Halloween come from? From what did Halloween originate? Here are his answers.
John, I think it's very important for parents, especially Christian parents, to realize that Halloween is not a Christian holiday. In fact, its roots go back to ancient paganism and the Celtic and Druid beliefs that involved such things as divination, contact with spirits, and even something as horrible as human sacrifice.
Now, if you're not up on your history, you're probably wondering, who were the Celts and the Druids? Where did they live? Tell me a little bit more about them.
Okay, who were the Celts? The Celts were a group of people that came from Asia and migrated north to northern France and the British Isles. Their priestly class were known as the Druids, and they were the ones that regulated the religious observances and practices of the Celts.
Next, you may be asking, specifically, John, how does Halloween relate to the ancient pagan religious practices of the Celts? Well, Dr. Weldon explains, and I want you to listen very carefully.
Halloween relates to this ancient pagan religion in a variety of ways. For example, there were 2 key days celebrated in the Celtic religion. One of those days was the day in which the god of the dead, or the god of death, Samhain, actually was believed to release the souls of the good and evil spirits. And these good and evil spirits were released for a period of time to go back and mingle among the living. Today, the idea that Halloween involves good and evil spirits that are roaming about actually is traced back to this ancient Druidic belief.
Now, what else has come down to us from the past to make Halloween what it is today? I think if you understand what Dr. John Weldon says next, you will start to put some important pieces of the puzzle together. Listen.
What the Druids and Celtic peoples were involved in really was a form of spiritism, of contacting the spirits, of attempting to appease or placate the spirits so that the spirits would treat them in a good manner. Of course, biblically, this is something that God is very concerned about. For example, in Deuteronomy 18, verses 10 and 11, God says, "Let no one be found among you who who sacrifices his son or daughter in the fire. That refers to human sacrifice, something that the Celts and the Druids themselves practiced. Who practices divination or sorcery, something else that was practiced. Interprets omens, engages in witchcraft or casts spells, or who is a medium or a spiritist, or who consults the dead. And of course, this is something that the ancient Celts practiced as well. In fact, some of them would actually fall upon the graves in an attempt to establish contact with the dead and to get divinatory or information about the future from the dead. Very clearly, we see that God condemns the practice that the ancient Druids and the Celts engaged in of contacting the spirit world and attempting to contact the dead.
All right, I'm gonna
Introducing Speech-Alike,
let me stop
the most
that right
natural
there.
sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey,
I think
I'm
I
Joey.
got that stopped. All right, let me make sure I got that thing stopped now. There's a question that came up here on the screen. Evangelizing on Halloween, can't wrong or right, and that's something that's been going on for a long time. There were people that didn't want to break from a lot of their traditions back in the days, especially in Europe, and a lot of people said, well, the best thing to do is to take it and to try to clean the holiday up, to clean the belief system up and kind of change it around. And that's one of the reasons that you see a lot of a good bit of Christians that people consider themselves Christians that practice Halloween, that they'll dress their kids like pagans. Can you dress like a pagan? I mean, like angels. Can you not dress like a pagan? Can you dress like a police officer? Can you dress like a supermodel? You know, adult parties at Halloween parties at companies and stuff like that. Can you do different things? Can you evangelize? Can you give out candy in churches because the neighborhood teenagers are snatching bags and beating up other kids and taking their candy? That's just in the hood. You just find that in the hood. And people are doing bad things and it's kind of dangerous. So can we bring them into church and kind of clean it up? And people's been moving with that non-mindset. Now, don't nobody take this video and clip it and go run saying I'm promoting this, because we got devils that want to promote their religion, their belief, their gang, and they'll cut the video and just grab a little something and go run with it. But yeah, there's people that's been doing that. I think this video was dropped like 8, 9, 10 years ago. John Ankerberg, he's Christian researcher. They were apologists back in the day. I think Ankerberg's still alive, right? Sister Lewis, he's still alive. I don't think he went on to be with the Lord, but these people that were doing, attempting to explain stuff through research and things of that nature with holidays and different religions. He would often bring Walter on and Seventh-day Adventists and Mormons and give a lot of people some understanding. I'm going to put the link out there for this Friday night. Every Friday night, I'm going to be on and I'm going to be talking about different things, because I notice people will get on here and they'll start talking about Mormons and just bunching people together. And I just don't want people to move, with just not a lot of information. At least when we mention Jehovah's Witnesses, you'll have an idea where they came from and different things, Mormons, Scientology, and when we start dealing with stuff like that, so people won't just put it all under the Christian umbrella, so people can have a clear understanding on what Christian cults are. But I'm going to play another. There were a lot of short videos. I'm going to play another one or two. Let me play this other guy. Where is he at? Let me play this other guy right here. Let me see, maybe this one right here.
Next, I asked Dr. John Weldon point blank, should Christian parents let their kids participate in Halloween activities? Should we decorate for Halloween? Should we buy a pumpkin and put it out on the porch? Here's what he said.
I think if we understand what Halloween really means historically and what it really means today in the world of the occult, we have to ask ourselves, how does God view Christians participating in Halloween? As God looks down and sees Christian children out dressed in costumes, whether they're costumes of the occult or not, what does he think when he knows the true reality of this day and actually what's going on in this day in the world of the occult? Is this something that honors him and pleases him when he has told us so strongly in his word not to imitate the evil things that the pagans do and to avoid all semblance of evil?
Now, if you're a Christian parent or you're a Christian teenager and you're sitting and listening to all of this, maybe you're asking another question. Maybe you're asking, hey, John, what if I don't believe in any of this religious, occultic, pagan stuff? Or maybe you're asking the question, if that's what people believed and practiced in the past on Halloween, what about me if it's not what I mean today? After all, I'm simply going out and having fun. I'm not trying to appease the spirits. I'm not trying to contact the dead. So why can't I participate in Halloween if that's the way I look at it? Well, I asked these questions to Dr. Jim Bjornstad, and here's what he said.
Fair use.
I could envision parents saying to me, but I don't believe in this stuff, and why would it be wrong? And perhaps we might just think of an analogy for a moment. Let's say in a town, for example, where you live, that years ago, there were great groups of the Ku Klux Klan, but in years past they've moved out and gone. But one of the traditions in town has been the idea of dressing up with a hood and a white robe, and every Halloween going out like that. Now, when you think of that for a moment, you say, well, yeah, but I don't believe, in that stuff or whatever. But the fact of the matter, first of all, is that the garments themselves, things that you do carry some content, some understanding with it. And secondly, if the KKK ever came back into town, what you would have communicated to your children is the idea that this is okay to dress like them, to be part of them, and whatever. What I am simply saying to you is think of that in terms of Halloween. What you're doing in terms of the pumpkin and the costume and trick or treat and all the rest carries with it an idea that takes us back to the past, so that there is a reality to it. But secondly, because we have witches and spiritists and occultists today, does it not communicate the idea that you could get right in line with them and do these things?
And part of the problem with this here is that we're living in an age where you could kind of, I guess we can call it an occult revival. We're kind of having an occult revival. A lot of people coming up with a lot of, I'm telling you right now, there's some stuff that's out of control. We got what's known as progressive Christianity within Christianity. They got something called progressive Christianity, and they just accepting anything, any lifestyle, and they say God is a God of love. Of course, God gonna love two men. Jesus gonna come down here and he gonna love two men that love each other, because love is the ultimate thing. You love a dog, you want to sleep with the dog, and you love your animal, you want to marry your animal. Whatever you do, just love is love. And it's, of course, I'm taking it to extreme, but people are just saying some crazy things and going against what's diametrically opposed to what's in the revealed word of God concerning certain behaviors. But in the name of love, progressive Christianity is saying there were things in the past. I suffer a witch not to live. Even if somebody disagreed with a witch today, they wouldn't kill a witch. And other people are saying we just got to put certain things down. Christianity was superstitious, just like people were superstitious back in the days, and you have to stop and you have to change certain doctrines. That's why the other Episcopal bishop wrote the book on why Christianity must change or die. And there's people within what they would call progressive Christianity. You don't have to be, you don't have to believe in Jesus walking on water. You don't have to believe in miracles. You don't even have to believe that he's the Son of God. He was a good teacher and he came down here to share certain things. So we have to be careful, because there is an occult revival, and we have a lot of people that's not even quote unquote involved in the cult, but they say they deal with the spirit. They say they deal with frequencies and things of that nature. And when you start dealing with all of those things, they teach reincarnation. They teach that the spirits are everywhere. The earth is alive. The tree is alive. Mother Nature, Mother Earth. We got to connect with the universe. We're one with the universe, and we're all God. Deity is everywhere. Deity is in the tree. He's in the dog. He's in the cat. He's in the mouse. And we got to go back, because you don't understand. Adam and Eve, the early people, nobody, man, ain't supposed to eat animals, and we're teaching that that's the true spirituality of Adam and Eve. Forget God now. That's the true spirituality of Adam and Eve being one with the universe. So we're seeing an occult revival with a lot of doctrines, a lot of things that's being taught and shared out here. And it's kind of just kind of crazy. Thank you in the super chat. Let me read this. The same excuses used to justify the paganism of Christmas and Easter. There is no liberty to engage in pagan practices, and many people believe that. Now, you see that, listen, y'all can say what y'all want. Y'all been on this channel. There's a lot of people that's arguing. Matter of fact, where's that? Let me pull up our boost video. There's people that's arguing the 25th is right and exact. The 25th ain't pagan, or in and about the end of Christmas. I mean, the end of December. And they're arguing that it's not pagan at all. Don't make me pull up more Ankerberg. Don't make me pull up more Ankerberg, because we've been had researchers and people dealing with certain things. And people say, listen, clearly, even if you don't want to go that far, clearly a lot of these practices are not Bible. And like I've been telling everybody for weeks and weeks and weeks, it's a matter of interpretation. Some people say, listen, all of it. Y'all see the other guy, Jay, the football is wrong. Everything is wrong. The Olympics are wrong. Harriet Tubman was wrong. Rosa Parks was wrong. Martin Luther King, everything is wrong. Because the Bible, because of their interpretation of how they understand or how they deal with the Bible. But, and there's other people that's saying, well, if you're going to be consistent with, you're going to be clear with that, or you're going to hold that point, be consistent all the way through. Don't wear no wedding rings. Don't celebrate no birthdays. All of that stuff was connected with it wasn't connected with the God of Israel. Let's put it that way. So when you start dealing with other people and other practices and reincarnation, like I said, and pantheism, God is everywhere, all of that was considered pagan. All of that was considered pagan back in days. I'm gonna play this one last one, and I'm gonna get out of here. Let me see. All right, I think it's this one right here. No, wait, let me see. Let me make sure. Let me stop. Maybe I'll put this one right here. All right.
What are your thoughts on Halloween?
Now listen to this.
It's kind of one of those questions of...
Oh, by the way, he's recognized in Christianity.
Are you Christ against culture, Christ in culture, Christ over culture? And I would guess that at our church, there would be people from one end of perspective to the other. That is, we don't want anything to do with that demonic holiday. And why would you even be involved with that at all? To the others who have their children dress up like a butterfly and go knocking on doors and say trick or treat. And then in the middle, you'd have people who do counter events, have a thing at the church where you dress up like biblical characters and have a great time. And I'm totally okay with the middle one and the first one, and sort of okay with the second one. I mean, yeah. I grew up trick or treating. We were pretty serious trick or treaters right into teenage years. There isn't much in my neighborhood. We're kind of an inner city neighborhood, and it's not the most lucrative place to go knocking on doors. You're not going to fill your bag up with the best. You better go to the suburbs if you want to get a good pile. So I would hope that all Christians would think biblically and carefully about any holiday, any event, and how they might be salt and light in it. And if they feel like this can be valuable for the kids in some way, to teach them, if it can be an innocent way of enjoying God's grace and teaching lessons.
All right, y'all see that on the screen right there, right?
Be it. I'm willing to run the risk.
When there is no law, as in Christianity. Who said Christianity don't have a law? But I'm gonna stop because somebody else said that. Watch they get on parking the law. Watch this whole subject change. But who teaches that? What Christianity teaches that? What branch of Christianity teaches that there is no laws? That's a fair question right there. Name the branch of Christianity that teach that there is no law.
Risk of attachment to worldliness in order to be biblically faithful in witness. Same thing with
Amen. I agree.
Christmas.
Thank you, Dante.
Same
I
thing
agree.
with birthdays. Same thing with Easter. Same thing with worshiping on Sunday.
Mike, jump on and give us an update.
All these things
you
have
like.
pagan connections, and so I want to be loose and broad and give freedom to the believers to find their way to be most effective. So I respect those who are renouncing it as too connected with evil, and I respect those who say, no, let's redeem it and penetrate it and use it.
He said, wait a minute. He said he respect both of them. He said he respect those that want to redeem it and take it and try to clean it up, and he respect the other ones. Let me ask you a question. When we're dealing with subjects like this, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say, like in Christianity, they say Jehovah Witnesses are a cult. We teach they're a Christian cult. They teach Jesus is Michael, an archangel, and there wasn't a physical resurrection. He didn't resurrect physically. And you know how we say he got up and he ate and he walked among the disciples, and then he was taken up into the cloud. The same Jesus in like matter shall return. And let's just say that there was somebody that was like, what's the other black man name? He got videos, ex-Jehovah Witness. And he was out here, and he was a Jehovah Witness for like 18 years. If he would have died, Elder Cox, Stephen, if he would have died whilst he was knocking door to door, teaching that Jesus is a lesser God, a God with the A, that's the New World Translation. They made up their own translation. Charles Tass Russell didn't even read Greek, made up his own, just doing his own thing. And if he would have died then, what would have happened to his eternal soul? Now, G-Con ain't in here, we could talk. Shout out to him. He ain't in here, we can talk. Did God know? Did God give him time to grow and come out of that? I think Mike even said that he was saved and he had to come out of some of that other stuff. Had to come out of that other stuff. Do God give you time to grow? And I'm asking this for a reason. Do we give people time to grow, develop theologically, or once they don't view something the way we view it, automatically it's a heaven and hell issue, Alton? That's how come some people say we got to look into this secondary doctrine thing. Alton, you at work? Because I saw that comment yesterday. Somebody said, What Alton doing on Kevin Samuels? You know, once these folk come, they're gonna try to blow something up. They're gonna try to take it somewhere. Guess what we getting ready to do right now? Guess what we getting ready to do right now? You guessed it. Remember the question I asked.
Go ahead. Alton, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? I'm all right. How are you?
Y'all do know.
Good.
Wait, I hope y'all do know who Kevin Samuels is, right?
I just want to touch on something that you said earlier. Okay. And I think something that was important that you touched on is that men like structure. Mm-hmm. So we're not seeing that in a lot of modern day churches today. Right. And I think that's what's keeping a lot of men, especially black men, away, is because it's just kind of like a free for all in church. Mm-hmm. It's just like you said earlier, it's more catered to women. So I'm here in the Metro Atlanta area. Sorry for my that's okay. Sorry for my camera. I'll just go ahead and translate.
Kevin Samuels, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels is a big YouTuber, and he often, matter of fact, I may go to his page. Women would often jump on his channel, and he would say some people think some disparaging, some real disrespectful stuff, but he often want to check women. Women talking about they looking for a 6-7 figure man. And he said, how you looking for a 6-7 figure man? You got 3 kids with 3 men. What you bringing to the table? And some people kind of think he's very disrespectful with it, but he talks on relationships and, he speak a lot on women, and he try to snap women into reality. That's what some people would argue. Let's just put it that way. And some people feel he's real disrespectful for doing it. But he's a very popular YouTuber talking about relationships and women.
I'm here in Atlanta where there's a lot of mega churches. Mm-hmm. And I've been to a couple of them. And just like you say, majority of them are filled with women. And I think it's you know, is due to the structure.
Mhm.
You know, there's no structure in the churches. So
The churches have you attended, are you single?
no, I'm actually married.
Okay. The churches you've attended, do you know if they've had active singles ministries?
Yes, like a Tommy
Couple of
Sotomayor.
them. I've seen a couple.
I guess let me define what I mean by active. Meaning,
Yeah.
the singles ministry is the defining ministry, the defining part of the church. They are known for actively facilitating relationships and or healthy outcomes in marriage. Not just do they have one.
Not those churches.
All right, see that's
Not those
see,
churches.
in my personal opinion, that's what we need. You go to Chick-fil-A because you know you're gonna get what? A good Chick-fil-A. They are not known for their bomb salads. They're good. Chick-fil-A is known for that one chicken sandwich and them 2 pickles. And people will even let them be closed on Sunday to get that one chicken sandwich and them 2 pickles. And people like their waffle fries.
Exactly.
That's a defining feature. McDonald's has the French fries too, a defining feature. And I'm saying if we can have a church that can decide that they want to have a defining feature of bringing and effectively making a ministry
Leave me
about
alone.
reclaiming men and having an active singles ministry to facilitate these things that we say that we want as a community, they could run the table.
I think I may look into that here in Atlanta, trying to start something like that. So I think that's a good idea.
This is what this is for, because see, typically I realize that these conversations are different, and when people start feeling like their power base is threatened, they want to start wars. No. Either or. Let's do and, because in Atlanta we got all these professional Black people, all these professional men, all these professional women, all these mega churches, but no one's decided to say we're gonna be the church for the single. We're gonna facilitate, we're gonna teach, we're gonna take these 80% of the folks that were born without a daddy in the household, and we're gonna teach the women their role, the men their role. Come on, man. You see where we're going with this.
Right. Exactly. And I've listened to, I think I've heard you talk about this a couple of times on your show. I think you mentioned that Atlanta has one of the highest rates of single Black women in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And we got some of the most churches in the city as well as any other city in the United States. So, but there is a gap. You know, there is a lack of that type of ministry here, and yeah, I think that's what a lot of us need to start doing, to start to have these conversations, and to be more active with it too.
Let me say this too. I'm gonna go ahead and put somebody else and bring some more folks in. Thanks you, brother. Thank you for coming in.
All right, let me stop this right there. What do y'all think? Hold on. I need somebody to hold on. Let me see. I can't click it. How can I click it on the thing, Abu? Let me see if I can do that. I'm gonna stop this right here. What are y'all thoughts on that? Is this part of just that, what they would call the cancel culture? People want to, y'all people want to blame everything on Christianity, but there are videos out here that got a couple of 100,000 views, some of them in the tens of thousands, that talk about Christianity. Women are single in the church because of Christianity. People say, Adam, where art thou? Renoko Rashidi, back in the days, people wrote book why most Black men don't go to church. So these are discussions that's been had. And a lot of times people that's involved in, apologetics or just defending them faith and recognize Lisa. Y'all know who Lisa is, right? Jude 3 Project. She's sitting there with a whole bunch of folk taking their time why you became an Israelite, taking her time why you left the church. And they recognize Lisa. And they doing it for a reason, because the church sitting back, these church folk ain't crazy. They acting like they ain't got no sense, but they know they better listen. So some of them are starting to listen and seriously ask people questions. Apparently, it's a lot of church hurt out here. Everything ain't church hurt, and some people don't like church hurt. But Lisa, I think she recently posted that when someone comes to you talking about church hurt or something to that effect, I believe it was her, something to that effect, don't start that. Maybe that's not a good time to tell them how good your church is, because some church hurt is real. Some people really grew up in church and really dealt with some things now. Are people taking church hurt different from club hurt? People have been shopping, go to the mall all the time. You go to the mall, they don't broke into your car. You ain't thinking about it. You're going to fix that window. You're going to be back in the mall. You go to the bar, you go to the club, you get beef, you get into a fight, you get in shit out, you still go. That ain't stopping nobody from going to no strip club. Stop it. You went to a Chinese restaurant, got some nasty food, that they ain't stopping you from eating Chinese food. But for some reason with the church, it's kind of different. but people have been hollering for the longest. You know, we can try to say, oh, that's a booing them, that's the Catholic. People was molested and this and that. People have been hurt. And people guards are really down when they're dealing with, you know, spirituality and stuff like that. So it seems like church hurt or hurt, that type of hurt is the worst type of hurt. And people are slowly, it's real slow, slowly but surely beginning to recognize stuff like that and trying to figure out how you can walk and work people through those things. And, you know, the best thing isn't to always defend and lift up your pastor. Well, that ain't my church. That ain't my church. That ain't my church. That don't have anything to do with that person and how that person's been hurt. And I think sometimes a lot of our answers, I think Abu, what he said, this is the name, that's the name of the video. I think a lot, maybe that's a side conversation. I think a lot of the answers that we've been coming up with, some of the answers just ain't making no sense. Let me just, Sister Lewis, we might as well, some of these answers are just as crazy as I've ever seen. Some stuff that we've been saying, some of the answers are just as crazy as I've ever seen. Now, can we, hold on, I'm gonna let Abu jump on, then I can look into this comment section. Maybe he can pull up that other video. Come on, bro, come to the microphone. Let me go to this stuff.
First off, let me say good evening to you and to everybody else. Real quickly on Halloween, one thing I would say is I would invite people to distinguish, and this is also true of Pascha, you know, the Dominican Pascha.
Where's the video? I thought you was coming with the video, or you want me to try to find a video while you talk?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I sent it to you. Now that I'm on there.
Yeah, I don't know how to cut it and pull it out in Messenger. Let me see. Let me try to see that.
I can tell you the title. I mean, if you just do a search for Abu Hamad al-Masihi Halloween, but yeah, I don't know. You're not able to click the link.
Hold on, let me see. But in Messenger from StreamYard in Messenger?
Well, I mean, at least that way you could. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know how else to send it to you.
Okay,
maybe I could. Let me see if I can put it in the chat.
Whilst you talking, let me see if I can even see your thing.
Yeah, I'll try and put it in the chat. I put it in the private chat. See if that works. But anyway,
okay.
What I was going to say with a lot of these ecclesiastical feast days, whether it be the Feast of Nativity, you know, it's called Christmas, or ecclesiastical Pascha, which is called Easter in Teutonic languages, or Halloween, which is originally a fast. What I would say is I would ask that we distinguish between the feast or fast or vigil and the folk accretions that get associated with it. So, for example, like if the Feast of Nativity, while it's popular to have a tree with it, that's not an essential part of the feast. You know, bunnies are not an essential part of Pascha, right? And so too with Halloween, an especially good example, all this demonic stuff that you see in popular secular expressions of Halloween aren't necessarily associated with that vigil. What it originally was a fast and a vigil. And it's interesting, and forgive me if there's a lot of traffic noise. If anyone has a facsimile of the 1611 King James, the first edition of the King James Bible had a calendar listing all the feasts and fasts and vigils of the Anglican Church. And there is a vigil fast before the Feast of All Saints on November 1st. So the King James translators themselves recognized and participated in the Vigil of All Saints, which is called Halloween popularly in English. But that doesn't mean they were dressing up like witches and putting up skulls and all that kind of stuff. And so that's the one thing I wanted to put out there, that we should distinguish between something like a feast or a holiday or a vigil and get associated with it. The video that I sent you gives the example of Purim, or Purim, if you want to say, from Esther 9, right? In Esther, they have the holiday of Purim. Today, you have secular Israelis who basically, it's like the secular Jewish Halloween now. On Purim, you have people literally dressing up as Satan, dressing up as, like they do for Halloween, you know.
Like I said, like a snowball that came into it and now it's part of it.
Yeah, and so the thing is, if people can recognize the difference between Purim itself and then the popular secular folk accretions that go with that, like people dressing up like Satan or something like that, then so too they should be able to make a similar distinction for the Vigil of All Saints. Just to say Halloween.
Let me ask you a question, Abu. People that's involved in Christendom, educators that's involved in Christendom, do you think a lot of people are saying, stop trying to clean it up? Do you think enough pastors, enough educators are out here actually teaching where it came from, explaining it like you're explaining it?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think the origins of some of these things are a bit more murky than people think. There's popular claims for some of these feasts and vigils, but sometimes it's a bit more murky. I'd put it like that. Like, I know it's popular to associate Halloween with Samhain, but as I touch on in my video, I don't think it's that clear, despite the fact that from the 19th century onward, you get a lot of scholars saying that the two are connected.
And that's way later on. Like some people say it came from Samhain and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
But do you think people are plain and simple, do you think Christians are trying to make excuses? A lot of Christians are trying to make excuses.
No, I mean, maybe to some degree that's going on. But the way I would put it is that historically, Christianity in practice was not limited to, I can only do what's explicit in the Bible. And so as a result, a number of symbols and feasts and vigils have been developed that are not explicit in the Bible. And so then, you know, in modern times, you get people who want to do this sort of reformist approach where they're going to strip away all the accretions and they start accusing everything of being pagan. But those, you know, not everyone's sold on that idea of peeling everything back.
Yeah,
and so some people try to bring the nuance to the table.
Babylons is not really a good historical book. He just wanted to beef. Hislop just wanted to beef with the Catholic Church. All right, hold on. Grace and peace. What are your thoughts, Jay? Well, I guess we already know your thoughts. What do you want to chime in for something?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, you sound all right.
All right, cool. Yeah. There was a question that you had asked, and so I had to get myself ready and stuff to come on here, but and it kind of goes along with what's being said right now. You had asked after you had played that clip. I forgot. Was that Justin? No, that wasn't Justin Peters. I forgot what that preacher name was. Piper. Yeah. When he was saying how he respected those who say no, that's basically heathenism, idolatry, etc.
Those that do and those that don't. Yeah.
Right. Playing middle, and I think that is one of the biggest issues that plagues the church in general, is that people are just afraid that either they just don't know, but for him to being a shepherd, obviously he can't be blind because he has to guide others. So for him to play the middle and say, well, he respect both sides, I don't think he really understands what both sides are saying. One side says that's okay. The other says idolatry is paganism, it's evil, it's sin. So if you say he respects both of them, and therefore I guess if one side say it's sin and it's evil and paganism, he respects that. And then if the other one say, well, it's not, he respects that. And he don't understand that what he's doing is playing the middle, and that's the issue with that, not being a one mind, not believing and professing the same things. When it comes to those things which is evil, what it shows is that he don't know whether it's good or bad. And so that's why he can't say it's always good, that he can tell the side that's seeing is paganism, that's false. And he don't know whether how bad or if it's bad at all, that he can agree with the side that says it's evil, and then tell the side that thinks it's good, no, this is evil, stay away from it. He's playing the safe point because they don't want to offend nobody from either side. And so, the question was asked about, can you do that? And the answer is no. When we're talking about something like Halloween or anything else that's paganism, you're gonna pick what side you on, and whatever side you not on, there's a divided line between that. And so for those that say it is paganism, it's idolatry, it's heathenism, which is the side I stand on, for anybody who say it's okay or it's not evil and they're going to continue to do it, I have to avoid these type of people, because from my standpoint and from the law of God and all that, they're corrupt in their thinking. And if I sit around with them and they don't want to turn away from this stuff, then they're going to corrupt my way of thinking and the way that I live, which is righteous. And so it's about the fear of the Lord, and this is actually one of the problems that plague the churches, is this playing the middle thing, and people thinking they can be in the middle, have peace with both sides, not really understanding the weight of this conversation.
All right, hold on a minute. Abu, all right, Abu, what are your thoughts on that? Where should I play? Where should I? You said 2 minutes.
Oh no, I didn't give you a timestamp. I mean, you can play whatever you want. It's only 14 minutes long. Maybe that's too long. I mean, I would have to look around to see what it covers. Different things.
I'm gonna hit it right there.
Looking at this flyer for a Vigil of All Saints event, which will be happening at St. Anne's Novitiate in Queens, New York. And while doing so, I thought to myself that perhaps I should try to make a quick video about Halloween. Now, St. Anne's Novitiate is right behind the Queens of Peace residence, which is a place specifically for the elderly, ran by Little Sisters of the Poor. But that specific event aside, this week, vigils preceding All Saints' Day will be happening at various Catholic churches and perhaps a few more liturgically minded Protestant churches all over the country. For those who don't know, on the Catholic calendar, the Feast of All Saints falls on the 1st of November. As is the case with various feasts, certain churches hold a vigil the night before. So the Vigil of All Saints, or Vigilia Omnium Sanctorum, falls on the night of the 31st of October. On your screen, you can see the entry for that vigil in the old Missale Romanum, the old Roman Missal. Now, while today we say the feast is for All Saints, in older forms of English, it was called All Hallows, as hallow is an archaic English word for saint or holy person. And just as the vigil before Christmas is called Christmas Eve, where Eve is short for evening, the vigil before the Feast of All Hallows was once called All Hallows Even. That got colloquially contracted into Hallow-Even, and then later became Halloween.
The day before.
At this point, the popular question then becomes, so the Catholic Church celebrates Halloween? The simple answer is yes, but the more nuanced answer is it depends on what you mean by Halloween. For example, if one reduces the vigil to the darker aspects, which are now part of secular celebrations of Halloween, like, for example, the dressing up as witches and devils, then there's a problem and there's also a need for clarification. I would propose that we distinguish between the vigil itself and those folk accretions which some associate with their secular celebrations. For example, the event which I mentioned at the beginning of the video won't be having a celebration of demons and witches. Rather, the night is dedicated to prayer and discussion and contemplation on the various saints. To explain the distinction between a feast or vigil on the one hand and some secular accretion on the other, I'd like to offer an analogy turning to YouTube. Let me just go to the search here, and I just need to switch my keyboard here, switching it to Hebrew. Okay, I'm going to search for Satan Purim, and let's see what we get. And we see that we get a bunch of different videos, and they're all for Purim, which is a feast mentioned in the Bible, actually in the book of Esther, in the 9th chapter. However, these videos are made by secular Israelis, and they're treating Purim somewhat similar to the way secular folks in North America treat Halloween, dressing up in costumes, and some of them even dressing up like demons. For example, this first one is titled Madrechi Pur Purim Satan, literally a makeup tutorial for Purim as Satan. And it literally says Satan. The next video is the same thing. Ipur Kal Lichbod Purim Satan. Easy makeup for Purim, Satan. And you can see the red horns in the image. And this one here strikes me as particularly scary. The title is Madrechi Pur Li Purim. So, other words, a makeup tutorial for Purim, and then it adds Satan mitachad liwer, literally Satan under the skin. Here, let's actually take a look at what happens in this video. As was mentioned in the video title, this secular Israeli woman paints her face in such a way as to depict Satan as existing just under her skin. And she's doing this as part of a secular celebration of Purim. That's literally what that means. Satan mitachat liwer means Satan under the skin. Okay. Now, the point of this analogy is that we should be able to distinguish between the biblical feast of Purim and these sorts of darker secular celebrations which go by the same name. Just as we don't have to hold Purim accountable for the darkness that goes on in some secular Israeli celebrations during that feast, by the same token, we shouldn't have to hold the Vigil of All Saints responsible for the darkness that goes on in some secular American celebrations during Halloween. In an attempt to drive this point home a bit further, I'd like to turn to the 1611 King James Bible. This is worth doing because many, not all, but many of the critics of Halloween whom I personally encounter seem to be King James onlyist, or at least they're folks who prefer the King James version of the Bible over other translations. So for me, it's interesting James and the translators who produced the translation he commissioned them handled this subject. The original King James Bible of 1611 actually included a calendar listing the feasts and fasts of the Anglican Church. So, for example, on your screen, you see the page for the month of February. Zooming in, one sees that on the line for the second day of the month is listed a feast for the purification of Mary. Then you'll notice in the entry just above that, for the first of the month, is the word fast. So the feast of the purification of Mary was preceded by a fast. Turning to the month of March, we find another example of this. On the line for the 25th day of the month, one finds the Feast of the Annunciation, recalling when the angel Gabriel told Mary she would have a son. Immediately above that, the entry for the 24th lists a fast. So the Feast of the Annunciation was preceded by a fast. We find another example when we turn to the month of December. On the 25th is unsurprisingly listed Christmas, or the Feast of Nativity. And on the day prior to that, the 24th, one finds another entry for a fast. So the Anglicans who produced the King James Version of the Bible would have recognized Christmas Eve as a time for fasting in the lead up to the Christmas feast. With that pattern before us, we can now look at the months of October and November. Zooming in on November 1st, we see that the day marked the Feast of All Saints. Now, the day before the 1st of November would be the 31st of October. So turning to the entry for October, we can scroll down to the 31st, and sure enough, we find a fast listed. This means that just as the Anglicans who produced the King James Version saw Christmas Eve as a time of fasting, so too they saw All Hallows Eve, or the vigil or the eve prior to All Saints Day, as a time for fasting. The same page even lists scriptures to be read at that time. Now, think about the implications here. The Anglicans who produced the King James Bible marked All Hallows Eve on their calendars, but they did not dress up as demons, or at least there's no reason to think that they did.
All right, y'all listen good. Abu, do me a favor, put that Christmas one inside. Put that Christmas one inside that private thing like you did this one.
Through drinking parties or dressed up like witches. Now, that should make it obvious that the darker aspects of secular Halloween celebrations are not actually essential to the vigil. They're not an essential part of the vigil. Now, since the Bible has been brought up, some might wish to ask, where is Halloween in the Bible? The short answer is that Halloween is not mentioned in the Bible. However, that leads to a second question. Should we consider it problematic that the relevant feast and its preceding vigil are not found in the Bible? I propose that the answer is no. To understand why, first note that John 10:22 makes a passing reference to the Feast of the Dedication, also now known as Hanukkah, known in Hebrew as Hanukkah. Now, that's not a feast which was commanded by God in the Bible. Rather, it was one which was established by the believers. For example, one can find reference to the establishment of Hanukkah in 1 Maccabees 4:59. So, too, there is the aforementioned Feast of Purim, or Purim. That too was not commanded by God in the Bible. Rather, it was established by believers, as is covered in Esther 9:27. In the Bible, there were certain men who were given positions of authority. For example, you can see the authority to, quote unquote, open and shut, which was bestowed upon Eliakim in Isaiah 22:22. I would propose that such an authority included an ability to establish new feasts. Moreover, in the New Testament, we see a parallel authority to, quote unquote, bind and loose bestowed upon the episcopacy in Matthew 16:19, and then again in Matthew 18:18. The overall picture painted by these various verses is that the believers can establish new feasts. Once that's understood, the Vigil of All Saints, not being mentioned in the Bible, need not be considered problematic, as it would simply be a vigil or feast established after the closing of the canon. Before closing, I wanted to touch on the subject of Samhain, since at least as far back as James Frazier's late 19th century book, The Golden Bow, it has been popular to claim that Halloween comes from Samhain, or that the date for Halloween was deliberately moved to coincide with the date of Samhain. Adding to this sentiment is the fact that today, modern neo-pagans celebrate Samhain on the 31st of October on the Gregorian calendar. So this begs the question, was the date of All Hallows and its vigil moved to line up with an already existing Samhain? Well, first and foremost, Note an interesting point made by Robert A. Davis's article, Escaping Through Flames, Halloween as a Christian Festival, which is found in the book Trick or Treat, Halloween in a Globalizing World by Malcolm Foley and Hugh O'Donnell. The following is stated on pages 29 and 30. Quote, the only intact pre-Christian Celtic calendar to have so far been discovered, the 2nd century Coligny calendar from Gaul, makes no mention of Samhain.
A broken...
Note furthermore that on page 76 of Clive Ruggles' book, Ancient Astronomy, an Encyclopedia of Cosmologies and Myth, it is pointed out that the Coligny calendar, that was just mentioned, was a lunar solar calendar. This is a significant detail to remember, and thus I'm going to return to it in a moment. But just note for now that the earliest Celtic calendar, the earliest Celtic calendar, was lunar rather than solar. That is to say, it was more like the Hebrew calendar than the Julian calendar. Now, note that the Vigil of All Saints already fell on the 31st of November by the 8th century. Meanwhile, the oldest extant reference to Samhain is the Tochmak Emir, which dates to the 10th or 11th century. Kuno Meyer actually did an English translation of the Tochmak Emir for the 1888 volume of the Archaeological Review. And when one reviews that text, they find that Samhain only comes up twice, and neither reference is particularly informative. For example, the text itself does not establish on what date Samhain falls. To find a reference to the date of Samhain, you have to go to other texts which postdate the 11th century. So, to recap, note first that there is no evidence that Samhain fell on the 31st of October before Halloween did. Second, note that the Celtic calendar was originally lunar or lunar solar. So hypothetically speaking, if Samhain was part of an older pre-Christian Celtic calendar, it could not consistently fall on the same date on the Roman solar calendar used by the church. It would have to be moved from a lunar calendar date to a solar calendar date in order for it to consistently fall on the 31st of October. Third, note that even if, hypothetically speaking, Samhain fell on the 31st of October on the Julian calendar, once the church adopted the Gregorian calendar in the late 16th century, at that point, Samhain and Halloween should have fallen on separate days. In order for Samhain to fall on the same day as the Gregorian calendar's 31st of October, it would mean Samhain had to be moved, perhaps moved yet again. In short, on multiple levels, the conclusion is that rather than Halloween being moved to coincide with Samhain, it seems the evidence points in favor of the reverse being the case. So-called quote-unquote pagans have historically been moving Samhain to coincide with Halloween.
All right, y'all heard that. Let me stop sharing that. Jay, you were breaking up before. Let me see what your thing is sounding like right now.
Check. You hear me now? Better?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, you sound better. I'm good with the other video. So y'all hear what's going on, right? Go ahead.
Right. But if you say I was breaking up, I don't know how much y'all heard the first time out.
Before. I don't know if you switched phone. I don't know what happened. But
yeah, I had to get off my phone.
Yeah, you going to okay.
No. Yeah, I switched to my laptop. Yeah, I was saying is that if it was breaking up before when I was talking earlier, so I don't know how much y'all caught it at, but I'll just briefly kind of add it in and respond to what I just heard. Is that the video that you was playing from the pastor that was saying he respect both sides. I was saying that he's playing the middle. He's showing that he don't know whether it's good or evil because he's in the middle. He's not as bad and he ain't as good. He's like, well, if one side says it's good, then I respect them. If one side says bad, it's evil, idolatry, he respect them. But for him to be a Christian pastor, he can't be like that because he's a guide and he has to know which way is right and which way is left, so he can instruct others how to live. So that's unacceptable for him. That just shows that he's blind regarding this. In terms of the some of what I heard, because I was switching up, so I didn't hear everything, but some of the stuff that I heard, like Christians redeeming things, I actually got a huge problem with that. That's why we have a lot of issues that we have in the churches, where you have some ancient Christian churches got bone skeletons and things like that on the doorknobs, because when they Christianized pagan idol temples. They left a lot of the same imagery on those buildings. And the Catholic Church went through there with holy water, thinking that they were purifying things, doing things that even Israel didn't do. Right. So, Israel never operated like that with the heathens' idol temples when they went into the land. They were told to utterly destroy those places. But Christians got a different mindset for some reason that, hey, well, the building's made out of trees and God made the trees. So we can just redeem it, remove all the images out, and then, dedicate it to God and he accept that. God never operated that way. And so that's men proclaiming something been made pure. They haven't gotten any confirmation from God. A lot of this stuff, especially when we talk about the Catholic feast and their imageries and things like that, obviously I got a huge issue with most of those things. I don't feel there's really a response or need a response from the sources thing, because the apostles, here's why. The whole sources argument, the sources was brought up. There were things that were mentioned that, hey, the heathens were moving their things according to this writing, or we don't have a certain amount of proof back a certain amount of time. The first known reference to this is from this source, and we should know better than to think or to count something as just beginning when we finally got somebody wrote about it. So when it comes to Halloween, the children of God should be have enough wisdom and knowledge to be able to look at the deeds that are done, to see the imagery, see how it's highly esteemed among the world, and then automatically recognize that this is nothing but corruption in the eyesight of God, and that it is an abomination in God's sight, whatever men highly esteem in the world. And so, and the fact that even if they thought it was okay to do, seeing the effect that it has on the body of Christ and the division and the factions that it forms should lead them enough to say, even if it was good, look at what it's causing here. Let's get rid of it. And so, but nobody's operating that way. Instead, everybody just want to be, get a bunch of books, read a lot of history, talk about sources all day, and just to prove that, hey, this ain't bad. But the law of God shows us that you even turn down things that are so-called good if it's bringing factions and division among his body. Just like he talked about with meats and things and how you treat your weaker brethren and things like that. But people are not operating this way. They just, just want to prove themselves right historically through some source that they themselves say they don't have no other writing earlier than that. Doesn't mean that's not the case, but they just don't have no earlier writing to prove their case. And so that's the issue that I'm having a lot, especially with this. And people not understand the weight of this argument. You have one side that says it's idolatry, it's paganism, it's against the commands of Christ. The other side is saying it's okay, we can redeem it. So by them saying that, they already meant it's wicked and and corrupt, but they just think they can clean it up. So you automatically got to divide, and as long as both sides stay like that, then there's gonna always be constant division. And for those that stand on each side, you need to be, if you're gonna be down with whatever side you're gonna be on, don't act like you opposite, not a one mind. You saying it's idolatry, but you respect the other people and you still consider them brethren. Like, and that goes to a question that you mentioned earlier, and I'll leave it with this. You asked about, does God give you time to grow and things like that? Because somebody made a statement, I think he said it was Elder Mike that said it, about, when he was in some things, he was saved, but he was, caught up in some things. And so then you ask the question, does God allow people time to grow? I think that deserves a two-part answer. One, yes, the Lord is patient with those that he's going to eventually bring into his glory, for he's promised he will lose none of them. So he will bring them out of whatever corruption or error they're in. Amen. But for the person that's in the error, at the time they're in it, they can't say, let's say you got like these Christians in the LGBTQ church, right? And they say they believe the Bible and they believe on Christ, he died for sins, but they live these open, corrupt lives. They think where they're at right now, they're saved. Now, we would say because of the corruptness of their living, they're not, because of their actions. Now, that shows they're not believing on Christ because they're walking in open darkness. Now, will the Lord save them 5 years from now? Maybe, hopefully. But for the person that's currently in that darkness, they can't say, well, I was saved. I was saved even though I was living like that, because that would go against the teaching of Christ. They only know once they're delivered out of that about their salvation and them living, showing the proof of their salvation, living upright.
Okay, hold on. All right, come on, Abu. I thought you jumped off. You jumped off a second. You want to kind of, in your own words, what you meant and the reason you put that video out. I didn't look at the date on it.
Say it again. Well, yeah, just to bring some nuance to the subject. That was my main, contention, that people should distinguish between the vigil and then the secular celebrations. That's why I gave the example of Purim, where you got people, celebrating a biblical feast, a feast that's at least mentioned in the Bible, and yet they're doing it with all kinds of satanic accretions. If they can recognize the difference between Purim and the way modern secular Israelis celebrate it, then they should also be able to recognize the difference between Halloween or the Vigil of All Saints and the way modern secular Americans celebrate.
A good bit of people in the comment section think you're pushing Halloween on them.
Well, no, I'm not requiring them to keep the vigil, but I wonder if what do they even think Halloween entails? Like, I'm not dressing up like a demon or anything like that. For me, it's a time of fasting and prayer. I go to church on Halloween, but I wonder what they believe it is. That begs the question, what is it that they think Halloween is? It's like saying, oh, you're trying to push Purim on me, but, I'm not going to dress up like Satan. It's the same kind of thing. Distinguish between the day and then the popular celebrations of it. And that's why I gave the example of the King James Bible. The King James translators recognized Halloween. It was a fast for them. They weren't dressing up like demons. They weren't doing anything like that. They were fasting and reading the Psalms. Now you can say, well, that's pagan. You can't fast and read the Psalms on October 31st. I mean, it really begs a lot of questions.
Look, Jay, you can see this. You on the laptop, you can see the screen, right?
I'm on my phone, but I think I can. It says, please ask.
No, I'm talking about Jay. You can ask
my bad.
Jay, I think. This for Jay. This one for Jay.
Somebody said, please ask Jay, if people who watch sports, watch sports, celebrate Christmas and or the Olympics, are you brothers in Christ based off what he just said? The answer to that is the people who take their delights in strife, competition, contention, violence, any other kind of immorality, who join themselves with the Olympics, which is idolatry, which has already been proven. They still worship false gods. Anybody who join themselves to that, and they're warned about this, you could have been in ignorance, but after you've been warned and shown, and you still go that way of error, no, I'm to avoid you. I'm to avoid you because you corrupt. Lord's will, you repent, but right now, while you're still walking in darkness, I'm to avoid you. And so no. During the time of the apostles, the things he listed on the screen, the apostles had nothing to do with it in any fashion. So if you lived during their time, you wouldn't even be considered Christian. You wouldn't even be in the community. You'd be excommunicated. Even in Rome, as wicked as they became, even in Rome, they had edicts that if any Christian went to the stadiums or competed in the games, they're to be ejected if they don't turn back. So the point is that I know that it's common now for people, but it wasn't back then. So you join yourself to Olympics and go to open idolatry and you delight in it and you're promoting it and you warned about this and you don't turn back. No, I'm gonna avoid you.
All right. Hold on a second. Let me. I'm gonna play the other one so y'all could know, for those that came in here a bit later. This gentleman right here, that's recognized within Christianity, and his thoughts on the whole thing when you were dealing with these holidays and people that do and don't celebrate.
What are your thoughts on Halloween?
It's kind of one of those questions of, are you Christ against culture, Christ in culture, Christ over culture? And I would guess that at our church, there would be people from one end of perspective to the other. That is, we don't want anything to do with that demonic holiday. And why would you even be involved with that at all? To the others who have their children dress up like a butterfly and go knocking on doors and say trick or treat.
And this is one of the things when you have bigger ministries, I often tell pastors, I say, listen, if there's a good chance you got a good big couple of thousand people in the ministry, that everybody in that ministry don't believe what you believe. Some people just go to that church, they like teaching, they like certain things, but they don't believe every single thing just because you're the pastor. They don't believe every single thing you believe. A lot of times just sitting in church with somebody, the whole row may not believe the same thing. That's just a reality.
And then in the middle, you'd have people who do counter events, have a thing at the church where you dress up like biblical characters and have a great time. And I'm totally okay with the middle one and the first one, and sort of okay with the second one. I mean, yeah. I grew up trick or treating. We were pretty serious trick or treaters right into teenage years. There isn't much in my neighborhood. We're kind of an inner city neighborhood, and it's not
Read the screen, Jay.
Place to go knocking on doors. You're not going to fill your bag up with the best. You better go to the suburbs if you want to get a good pile. So I would hope that all Christians would think biblically and carefully about any holiday, any event, and how they might be salt and light in it. And if they feel like this can be valuable for the kids in some way, to teach them, if it can be an innocent way of enjoying God's grace and teaching lessons, so be it. I'm willing to run the risk of attachment to worldliness in order to be biblically faithful in witness. Same thing with Christmas, same thing with birthdays, same thing with Easter, same thing with worshiping on Sunday. All these things have pagan connections, and so I want to be loose.
Wait a minute. Y'all heard what he said, right? This a Christian scholar here. Sometimes some of the stuff these pastors be saying, these scholars be saying, they doing too much just to say simple stuff. Jesus kept it simple, but I'm gonna leave that alone. They got degrees, I don't.
Freedom to the believers to find their way to be most effective. So I respect those who are renouncing it as too connected with evil, and I respect those who say, no, let's redeem it and penetrate it and use it.
All right, y'all heard that right there. Let me stop sharing that right there. Hold on one second. And then I'm gonna pull this one up right here. And just because y'all see something on here, please don't go running off it. And especially if y'all say, y'all tell me the Most High sent me to straighten stuff out. He ain't say you straighten nothing out, because you can't sit and listen 5 minutes somebody on the pulpit side. You are the Republican, you can't listen to a Democrat for 5 minutes. God ain't sent you to do nothing. You just running your mouth. All right, let me see, which one is this right here? All right, this is all right right here. This all right here.
Look, Romans chapter 14 and other passages in the New Testament leave this matter up to me. It's an individual's personal choice before God. Well, Dr. Bjornstad looks at those same scriptures and disagrees. I'd like you to listen.
Many times when I talk with Christians about Halloween, they have said to me, have you ever looked at Romans chapter 14? You see, whether we take our children out, whether we do the things on Halloween or not, really is an individual preference, and that discretion belongs to me. After all, Paul says in that passage that there are people that eat certain foods and other people that do not. There are people that worship on one day, there are people that worship on another day, and it really doesn't matter. So since this thing is removed, from the demonic and the occult, as is the food or whatever, then we have a right then to be able to go out to celebrate. Now, I think about that for a moment, but as I look at the passage, I see something. Whoever eats food, he eats it to the Lord. Whoever worships on the day or honors the day does so for the Lord. And I always ask these people a question. In what way is what you are doing on Halloween, how is it to the Lord?
Shots fired. That's a fair question
Well, now
right
maybe
there.
you ask, John, is there anything that Christians can do on Halloween? How can we use this day to introduce Jesus Christ to our neighbors and friends and to their children? Dr. James Bjornstad has a great idea. Listen.
I find that night, a particularly good night, to get to know my neighbors, to get to know the kids, and even to have an opportunity to share with them. Oh, yes, I have candy at the door. I have some tracts. But I just find it a very valuable time, almost a pre-evangelistic way of getting to know them, and then perhaps having further contact where I can introduce them to Jesus Christ.
All right, let me stop that right there. Turn this all the way down right here Stop sharing. All right, I'm gonna put the link out there. Jay, do me a favor, read the screen. My man put something up here. He got a question. They always want to ask you something.
All right. Let's see. Ask Jay, did all the church fathers or certain people? His logic, just because we don't have writings of Christian support of the games doesn't mean it wasn't there. At one point, early in the faith, talking about during the time of the apostles and the actual early church or apostolic fathers, whatever. No, nobody. Of course, you probably had Christians that were rebellious, as you always have in every generation. But the teaching was clear. The way of Christ was clear. And anybody who knew for example, I just used the Olympics since the apostle used that as an example in 1 Corinthians 9. Anybody who knew what the Olympics is, the Isthmian Games that he's talking about, if you knew what was going on, nobody with the Holy Spirit of God would dare say the apostles and them allowed the Christians to participate in this. You're talking about animal sacrificing to false gods, taking an Olympic oath, the prayer to Zeus, all these things before you can even compete. So, plus the blood violence, the strife, the contention and all this, and going all this for vainglory, like the apostle said. So anybody who understands that, if you want to go back before that, this whole thing about competitive sports and stadiums and stuff, that didn't originate with God's people. They didn't build themselves stadiums and compete against one another like y'all so accustomed here in this heathen world and society. The Jews were forced into these things under the Grecians. The priests would leave their duties at the temples to go to discus games. They made God very angry with this stuff, and so that's when they got thrown into these things. And we know that Christians had no dealing with this. They were forced into these predicaments in the stadiums, and even then they just suffered and died. So of course, later on generations, people's mindsets start to change. But talking about the apostles and the rules they laid down and the conduct of the holy life that they emulated because they saw Christ, and examples we have of that through their teachings, absolutely all of them. The churches are one mind. They followed and imitated the apostles, but they warned about in the later days, people who act religious but wouldn't endure sound doctrine anymore will come, and that's the time we live in. There was a question that you got put on the screen. You got told me to read.
Do you remember it? Hold on a minute, Matt. You remember it, Jay?
Yeah. Somebody asked me, would I excommunicate somebody for playing sports? I think that was what it was. But I excommunicate somebody for playing sports, and then right after that, a lady asked, and I think that's both together.
She right here. She right here. Hold on a minute.
Hey, I'm that lady.
Shout out to Sister E.
What's going on, Abu? I've been excommunicated because of you, Abu. See, you causing me problems, man.
You know he a Jesuit. You already know what he is, but you don't want to believe. Go ahead.
I'm just joking. I'm a little phone off here. So, Jay, producer, and I hope I'm not loud. I'm finna leave Target. I hope that's not a sin either. But, are you really saying you think sports is wrong? And I ain't gonna say nothing else. I just want to really know your thought pattern, because are you really saying playing sports are a sin? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Everything that's rooted in strife, envy, and contention is sin. It's the way of the evil one. And so
what do your kids do?
I'm sorry, say again.
What do you do? What do your kids do? Are they too little to? They not in school yet.
No, I got my oldest is 8, the next one's 6, the other one's 4. I got a 4-month-old boy and a little 1-year-old girl. And they play out here all. If I turn around and show you on my backyard, they got tore up with all kind of inventions they done built up back here. They play all the time. I buy them little balls, they can kick it. My point is, and that's why it frustrates me when we talk about the subject, because people kind of go over the deep end and act like I'm saying you can't kick a ball to sin. People go crying crazy with this. My point is, based on the teachings of Christ and the conduct of the apostles and their teachings, is that they told us do nothing out of strife, envy, contention, seeking after vainglory. Don't go after selfish ambition. These are the acts of the evil one, not of Christ. So anything that's rooted in that, anything that promotes that, when you can't help each other attain a goal, but you want it and they want it, so you got to stop the person from being able to be successful. When you talk about things like that and fighting against people, when you're talking about boxing or UFC, or just acting a straight donkey like WWE and all that kind of with the trash talking and the filthy speech and the immodesties, these things are from the evil one. So you got to put away these things. There's nothing wrong with playing or as this question is, it's sports, and I try to use that loosely because they put fishing under the category of sports. So that's why I say competitive sports. That's why I say things rooted in strife, envy, rivalry. Because if I just say sports and leave it there, then of course everybody will think, I done jumped off the deep end, because they put things like fishing, riding your bike. They put that under the term sport. So that's why I don't say just sports. I say competitive sports, rivalry, strife, competition, contention. These things are the evil one. So to answer your question and to answer the other person's question, and the other lady, Gia, who said, I hope JJ, the producer, doesn't have sons. Imagine telling a 15-year-old that he can't do sports. He will hate the God that he claims to serve. And that's false. The only child that I hate the fact that they can't do sports is the one who was allowed to do it and want to do it. And then their parents step in then and try to take them out of it. But if you raise your children up from the time that they're young, they won't even care. My children don't even care, because they were taught and they were raised up this way. The same way the ancient Jews were. You raise your kids up the right way, they won't care about these things. And even if somebody enticed them to do it, you teach them, hey, when sinners entice you, son, don't go that way. You teach them to fear the Lord. But go ahead.
I got one more question. So, quick question. So, anything putting you in the position of competing, you consider that to be strife?
Anything putting you in a position of strife and rivalry, you're stopping or fighting against another person, whether it be through violence or whether through trying to impress others, trying to find some, vainglory or something to boast or, have boast or arrogance about yourself. Those things are evil, from the evil one.
So let me ask y'all a question here right now.
Let me ask one more question. I'm finna be quiet. So when you apply for a job, you're competing.
Right.
You're competing. When you're applying for a job, you're competing for a position with someone else. And a part of getting that position is you have to have a level of boastfulness, because you got to explain to that employer why you need to pick me. That's why I'm like, you have to be careful in that, because when I apply for a job, I'm giving them the best. I'm giving them my resume. I'm going to tell them everything. It's like you're bragging on yourself because you're competing for a job. How do you view that?
Well, that's the thing, because when you're, the jobs I could apply for, even when I went into the military, it was a skills-based test. You had to make a certain, grade, to be able to get in there. And like I tell people now, knowing what I know now, I would never go in. And I would never tell anybody to go in. But when I did go in, when I was in darkness, that's how you got in. And so, or when I worked at Walmart or Malthus Construction, when I worked at these jobs, you fill out the application, they say what they're looking for. I feel I could fulfill that position. They may ask you how much level of education you got. You just tell them the truth. They ask you, what's your skill set? How long you been doing it? You tell them your experience. So that's not the same as strife, competition, vainglory, or these things which come from the evil one when we're talking about competitive sports, where the whole deal about this is you have a goal, another person has a goal, and you're in direct competition with them. You filling out an application when you buy yourself at Walmart is not you engaging in competition against somebody else who came and applied, who you have no idea about. In every competitive sport,
it is.
I know people will say that,
but when you apply for a job, you got somebody you competing with. You may not know who that person is, but you're competing with it. And in my world, I am an IT manager. When I applied for my job, there were 3 other people that were IT managers that I had to compete with, and I knew I had to compete with. So when I walk in that door, my mindset is I got to outshine these other 3 to get this job.
That don't make you feel bad out trying to outshine them?
No, because I got to tell them I've done this for this many years. I can do. So why? And the biggest question that always comes up in the interview, why do you think we need to pick you and you can be better than the other candidates?
That's
You
right.
explain why. So that's competition. You're already boasting on yourself.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Being that you admit that's what you have to do to get this job, or engage in, in evil works and boasting of yourself, going in with the mindset that you said you went into, hey, I got to outshine these folks. You going in with that, is that of the evil one or is that of God?
That is of God, because he gave me the experience to talk about it. It's not.
No, he might.
The thing is, you go.
He gave me the experience. That's you, the medical. She said that's God.
That's
well,
God.
of course, she gonna say it's God because she's looking.
Hold on. He didn't hesitate. He turned around and said that that's God in heaven, the Most High God.
He opened doors for
No,
me to be able to stand
Hold
there
on,
and
Jay.
say,
Hold on,
I've
Jay. Go
held
ahead.
all these. He opened those doors to be able to stand there and say, I've held all these positions. Now, I'm not saying that I'm saying that I did it. I know because of God, I had this ability and had this opportunity to do the things that I need to do. But when you get in a position where you're getting ready to apply for a job, you got to stand there and make yourself marketable to say, you know what? How many years experience have you had in leadership? I've been in IT leadership roles for over 5 years. I worked for this many companies. This is what I've done. This is one of the things that I did. This is how well I did it. This was the accolades I got for it. When you compete for a job, you have to say that. So you're literally telling people, and I'm not saying it, I'm asking you, are you literally telling people don't compete and market themselves when they're getting ready to apply for a job?
That's capitalism at its finest. Can capitalism work with Christianity? Go ahead, Jay. And I want somebody else, somebody in here. If you claim that if you're in here and you preach and you posting Christianity or Christmas tree is pagan or Easter egg is pagan, if you promoting that and you watch them 49ers, you watch San Francisco, you watching Kobe and Steph Curry and all of them, come to the microphone right now and tell us the difference. What's the difference between watching the Super Bowl, even if you ain't betting no money on it, and cheering for your team and having an Easter egg? What's the difference? Go ahead, Jay.
right. And this part of the issue, the question I was asking, capitalism work with the Christian faith. And that's the problem, because it puts us in these predicaments where we have to engage in those things that we should be putting off just to make it. That's the point. And so just because you have to do it, it doesn't mean it's good. And just because you may have a skill set, it doesn't mean when you put in a position where, hey man, I got to go in there, I got to outshine whoever this person is. I see you in the hallway. Hey, I'm trying to get this job, bro. I don't want you to get it. So I can outshine these
That's an
people.
interview.
And
That's
so
an interview.
that mindset,
That's an interview, though.
hold on, interview is just asking questions. When you're talking about the mindset that you have to go in there,
But
and then
that's a part
But
of
God
the
gonna make you
interview.
the head and not the tail. She got scripture for that.
Listen,
God gonna
That's
open
what I'm
doors and
saying.
give
When you
her
ask,
favor. She got
well, Lord,
scripture
so I
for
have a
that.
question.
I,
So I have a
I'll
question.
give it
So
to
when
you.
they ask you that one, when
Okay.
you ask a key question, when they ask you that key question, what can you
Uh-huh.
bring to this organization that can help us?
You gotta
How would
brag
you
on. You
answer
gotta
that?
talk on your history.
You do.
Yeah, of course you got it. Yeah, of course they ask you how long you've been. Let's say somebody want to hire a shepherd boy, and they ask me, have I got any experience watching sheep? Now I gotta say, well, yes, I do. How long
And you have
have
to
you been
explain
watching
it.
sheep? 20 years I've been watching sheep. My dad had sheep. I grew up. That's all I know. And then and then everybody be like, well, when you available, and all that stuff with regular interviews. What I'm saying
That's not
is
a
that
regular. Those type of positions, they ain't asking you just that. These type of positions I'm going for, they don't ask you questions like that. They don't want to just know,
well,
do you have 2 years? Yes, I got 2 years. Well, explain to us what do you do? What have you done? You got to explain it.
yes, they have.
That's all I'm
Yes, they
saying.
ask you that. Man, with this conversation, man, it's like, everybody brings in, I'm talking about MMA, boxing, violence stuff. People can't even see why that's evil, let alone when you start talking about nick and crannies of interviews, because some interviews they don't cause you to do evil. Others cause you to do evil. Some jobs Christians can't have. Some jobs Christians can have. So that's another discussion. And when we get in nick and crannies of these things, but the thing I wanted to point out was the mindset going into this. I can say from my experience from going to job interviews, the jobs that I had, I went into these jobs because, hey man, I need to, either pay my way through school, or hey, now I'm going to military. There's nothing for me here in this hood-like area. I'm gonna mess around and get killed up by one of these guys, or whatever the case is. And so I go into these things when I was in darkness, that I went into these things, and even when I fill out applications to work for construction and things like that, they ask you your experience. Yeah, I've been doing this long, or I got this some college or whatever the case is. They ask you questions that don't put you in a position of seeing this person who you see is applying for the same job, and I don't want you to have this. I need to outshine you. Now you're engaging in what I'm pointing to when we talk about boxing, MMA, WWE, all these things where these ain't random people you have no idea about. You in a room by yourself, people asking you questions about you, and you're just telling them the truth about you. Hopefully you're not exaggerating, which is a lie. So when we talk about competitive sports, whichever one you want to pick, Olympics, MMA, MMA, boxing, football, whatever, your opponent is right there in your face. In order for you to get what you want, you must engage in direct conflict with this person. And depending on what the game is, you either got to beat him up, you either got to take his possession, you either got to harm him in some kind of way, bodily wise, we were talking about like rugby or whatever, or you have to do other things that God hates, like dress provocatively if you want to be a gymnastic star and go in the Olympics with your butt cheeks out, or you want to be a track and field star. You got to engage in all these different things that God tell you to put off in order for you to do it. And just because you got the chance to do it or open doors, it doesn't mean it's from God, because God opens doors since he ordains everything under the sun. He opens doors for evildoers, just so they can go into their evil because they love evil, so he can destroy them later on. So that's what I'm talking about. If we focus on the teachings of Christ, who says, do nothing out of strife, contention, rivalry, vain or selfish ambition, etc. If we take that and we apply that to our life, then we'll find ourselves finding these things that are corrupt, just the minute of corruption. So there's no reason why a whole bunch of Christians on here, or Black Hebrews, like whatever you side you on, can look at the deeds of boxing or MMA or whatever and say, I don't see what's wrong with this. Like, what are you looking at?
D-Ray, I thought originally when I heard him say this, I thought he just meant one-on-one boxing, Floyd Mayweather, whatever. I didn't know that he meant the Super Bowl and the NBA and basketball and all of that other stuff. What are your thoughts?
Grace and peace, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me go out and come back in.
All right, because we hear you good. I don't know what's the problem. All right, who didn't speak? Who else didn't speak?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say anything.
All right, what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Well, I kind of understand exactly where Jay's coming from.
Okay.
Because we serve a free will God, and he gives us free will. And are we moving ourselves in a position where we can do his will and allow him to open the doors for us according to his will? Or do we have the mindset that we're going to do it on our own, and those things that we're doing causes the things that Jay's talking about? See, when you make you can move yourself in a position to be separate, because not being separate causes you to have to indulge the same way the world is indulging. Because as Christians, we're supposed to have all things in common. And the only way that we can have all things in common is if we're separate from this capitalistic society.
So what we supposed I need to hear from y'all.
What the what?
That's your people. That's your people right there.
I can't, because my thing is this. Folks that said separate yourself from the capitalistic environment. Did the Israelites do it? They had to do what they had to do. Peter was fisherman. Everybody had jobs so that they can maintain. A man that don't work don't eat. So when
they
we
were
say
taught a
like
trade. Every Israelite was taught a trade.
But that doesn't, Sister E. Sister E, I'm not saying that you shouldn't work. What I'm saying is there's options in regards to putting yourself in a position where you're defiling your spiritual being in regards to competition, jealousy, envy, all those things that these things may cause. Not saying that there's always something else that you can do.
Hold on. So you're literally saying, so when Paul was selling tents and did whatever he had to do, you don't think he was trying to sell his stuff? When Peter and them was doing what they was doing, you don't think that they was doing what they had to do to make money? So
I don't think that they had the mentality. I don't think they had the mentality that we have now, being trained in Satan's system. I definitely don't think that.
Whose system was it back in Rome? Whose system was it back then? It was the same system.
Well, see,
that's what I'm saying.
The thing is, how far away from that system are we? So we're a lot deeper in than they were. The whole thing is, Jay's saying that all those things that we see happening in this system causes those things that are adverse to the Most High. adverse to the spirit. So when you're in those things, are you maintaining the mentality in that keeps you from being
That comes with it.
adverse to the Most High while you're doing it?
So,
Come on,
so and I
Vaughn. Come on,
understand your
Vaughn.
point.
Eric, what are your thoughts on that
So-
right there? Somebody
I'm
else said
sorry, but I got
everybody
one more
jumping on
question.
Jay, but biblically that's right.
My question is this, and I'm finna dial it back because I'm gonna let everybody talk.
Everybody jumping on Jay, but biblically that's right.
Hello, can you hear me?
My question is this, and I'm finna. Okay, somebody.
You
playing
gotta
in the
take. You
background.
gotta turn your volume all the way down, Eric.
I dial it back. I'll let
Go
everybody
ahead,
ask.
sister.
And I'll
No,
come
go
back
ahead,
around.
sister E. Skip the line. You always do it. Go ahead. That's okay. We're used to you.
So I'm confused because great example. When I went to college and I chose my major, and I was sitting and I was contemplating my major, I'm looking at the fact of what can I do that will maintain my family. And I chose my major based off the fact of this is the job that I want because one, I can be able to sustain my family, make money, do what I need to do so I can maintain my lifestyle and my child. And that's one of the reasons why. And plus, I like computers. I like computers and I like math. That was the first thing. And the second, and I knew I did not want to be a math teacher because I was like, they don't pay enough. So I ended up going into computer science and then IT. So when I chose that major, I knew that that was a major that you can make a nice income. So when you get in these type of high-tech jobs, you walk in the door having to tell people of your credentials because they're not going to let you go and touch any of their systems if you don't have the credentials. And sometimes you got the next person next to you with the same credentials as you. It's called marketing. I don't see anything with marketing yourself because while I'm in this job, I'm able to bless others to come in and get access to the job as well if they want it. But I don't see anything when it comes, anything wrong with that. Far as, and this whole thing of capitalism, there's no way to disconnect yourself from making money and sustaining yourself. So are you saying capitalism meaning you have to make a certain thing? I'm trying to understand your point of capitalism because any form of making money and purchasing and buying is capitalism. If it's from the cheapest thing, from the most expensive thing, you're in capitalism.
All right, come on, Eric Vaughn. Try it now, Eric Vaughn. I mean, Vaughn, Eric. All right, D-Ray. I don't know what's going on with this thing. D-Ray, come. You went out, came back in. Come on, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah.
Whoever this
You hear
is.
me?
All right, D-Ray. I don't know what's going on with this thing. D-Ray, come. You went out, came back in. Oh no. Vaughn, you got to turn your cell phone or whatever that is, your speaker all the way off because it's an echo, it's a delay. So when you try to talk, I hear me and then we'll hear each other. Come on, D-Ray. Just turn your volume all the way down. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say this. That scripture that Jay has talked about in Philippians 2 and 3, it says, let nothing be done through strife or vain glory, but in lowliness, esteeming the other person more than yourself. That's dealing with encouraging somebody and not putting yourself before them. That has nothing to do with sports. And competition is not just limited to sports. Like Sister E said, if you have a job and you're in an interview, they're going to ask you why should they hire you over this other person, because they need to have the best person to fill that position. I'm an independent contractor. I have to bid for jobs, and they want to know why they need to choose me over these other people because I'm competing for that job. That has nothing to do with rivalry or strife or me trying to cause somebody else not to make a living, but I have to provide for my family. 2 Thessalonians 3 and 10 says if a man don't work, he shouldn't eat. Yeah. How is that rivalry? How is that wrong for me to bid for a position so I can put food on the table? 1 Timothy 5 and 8 says if a man don't provide for his own, especially those that are in his house, he's worse than an infidel. Now, the same person that's talking about it's evil to play sports, he said that his uncle can't even come to his house because he's a Mason. Where's the love of God? That's the proof of discipleship according to John chapter 13, verse 35. How should man know that you are my disciples if you have love one towards another? So you will disassociate yourself from your family member because they're in a Mason? That's evil in itself. And that's hypocritical. So come on, man. And then I was on this man's show with all 10 people. And I asked him a question. Like, okay, well, what if playing sports was the only way that young kids from the hood can make it out of the hood to provide for their family. I said, what are you going to do to help them?
Question.
Well,
and I love your response.
problem.
But wait a minute, what was the answer?
That's not what I said.
What was the response?
He said, well, that's not my problem. Well, wait a minute. Where's the love of God? What do you mean that ain't your problem? I'm one of those kids who got a football scholarship to get out the hood to be able to provide for my family right now because of sports. And it had nothing to do with jealousy or rivalry or vainglory. Everything that I got, I give God the glory. Because Isaiah 26:12 says that God has established peace for me, and that all I have accomplished is only because of what he's done. What you're doing, Jay, is imposing your thoughts on Scripture, and you're imposing your thoughts and your opinion on what other people should do. You've gone from being a Judaizer to being legalistic. You're still in the camp, dog, but you're trying to claim Christianity, but you're still in the camp. I'm the one who said you got camp residue, and I stand by that. There are 460,000 young people who have made it out of the hood due to sport scholarships because their parents were not able to provide money for them to go to college. And this man gonna say, well, have him get a job at McDonald's. Man, you sound crazy, bro. You legalistic, man. Anybody who agree with Jay.
Wait, hold on, Jay. Wait. I know I'm gonna give you a chance to respond. I didn't know that you were the one. I didn't know that you would. I be remembering comments, but I can't remember who said it. But I do remember you bringing up that camp residue thing. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna hold on. Don't say nothing, Jay. And Boo, what are your thoughts on just this whole thing?
Oh man, I gotta say, I love the spectrum that we've seen here. You have me on one side permitting
on
things.
The whole extremes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's a true spectrum here. You have me arguing for the permissibility of things that many in the chat prohibit. Then you have on the other end of the spectrum, you got Jay prohibiting things that many in the chat consider permissible. And then you have Sister E, God bless her, and others, God bless them, striking a middle path between us. So I really like the spectrum. I'll say that much. I also say this is the kind of thing, this is the reason why I personally take a high ecclesiology, because I think when you have these drastic differences amongst professed believers, it's ultimately, as we see in Acts 15, I think ultimately the episcopacy should settle these matters if they become too contentious. And that's precisely why I believe in a high ecclesiology.
And let them settle it. Okay, all right. Come on, Jay. I know I know you're ready to answer on that right there.
Yeah, I would love to. And I didn't say that wasn't my problem.
That being an exit to get out the hood, touch on that too now.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to respond to, because he said my response to him was, that's not my problem. That wasn't the answer that I gave him that day. And I'll repeat what I said that day, because it's still the same.
Answer. That's what you said.
I'm sorry. Wait, say that again?
That's what you said. You said that's not my problem. That's not my problem.
Listen,
you said have them get a job at McDonald's. That's not my problem. That's what you said.
See, that's how I know that's not what I said. And if you want to go pull up the video, that's fine. But I'm gonna respond right now so you can hear what. Listen, man. Listen. This is what I'm talking about. If you're right, you can be calm spirited. If you disagree with me, or say I'm wrong, hold on, bro. Let me respond. Because now I'm able to respond now. So the answer is this: them getting out the hood through sports or through getting a full scholarship ride. In the eyesight of God, the Lord don't care about that. That's the answer I gave you that day. He cares about you being holy, not about how you want to put something on your table or food on your table, how you want to get out the hood. Your question was hypothetical. That ain't the only way that people make it out the hood. But your question is what if sports was the only way? Well, that ain't reality. That's your hypothetical argument. So my point is that ain't the only way people make out the hood. People make out the hood many ways. Or if you stayed in the hood, live upright. Live upright even though you live amongst evildoers. You don't have to do evil. That's the same reason why people go into prostitution, why they become porn stars, why they become strippers and all this stuff and act like they're noble because they did it because they lived in the hood. So they became a stripper so they could pay their way through college and people give them a hand clap. If they die in this, they're going to be destroyed. God don't care about your full ride. You don't care about the way you got yourself out the hood unless the way you came out of that. All the hood is a living environment. It's not a moral category. It's not, I live in the hood. All I can do is evil. No, you can live in the hood and live upright. So that's a living condition, a place where you live that, houses may be run down or something like that. You might be poor living in the hood, but you can be a poor, upright man to where you don't have to take your fist and go and destroy another man's body or destroy the handiwork of God so that you can doggone get out of that living condition. Live upright, become an entrepreneur, make an invention, do something else besides evil to come out of that predicament. That's the
double Dutch contest. So from Sunday school, they're taught wrong then. To have games and competition, all of that's wrong from the gate.
And if you're an entrepreneur,
why is this surprising to us? The church been long corrupted by men.
I got a question. His name is Jay the producer. So you have to solicit people to buy your music, right?
He said
I did, yeah.
But I think he said it was
yeah. We'll put it online.
So you're competing with someone to be the producer of something, correct?
No.
So
me putting out music doesn't require me to compete with someone else. I long came out of the music industry where it is rooted in competitiveness, about charting and out charting somebody else and trying to sell a certain number of records and all of that corruption in there. I long came out of that. But just putting out music so people can hear it on YouTube or the way I was doing it doesn't require that I compete with anybody.
You're selling it, right?
Even if I sold it, it doesn't require that I compete with anybody.
That's a part of competing. You're selling. You're marketing yourself. You're advertising yourself so someone can buy your stuff. The very competitive nature that you say we shouldn't have. There's a little competition in you because you have to market your stuff for people to buy it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because that's the issue that I'm talking about. It's the same thing with sports. They put things like riding your bike around the neighborhood. They call that sport. So then when people hear me say competitive sports is evil, they think, oh, so I can't ride my bike. It's the same thing with this. Me write a song, put it on the internet, tell somebody, hey, listen to it. Or even if I say, most of the time I put the stuff out for free anyway, but if I did put a price with it and then said, this is how much it is, and I just put it out there, if somebody want to buy it because they want to buy it, then that doesn't require I compete with another man to take away from his sales or say buy mine over his or say I need to outdo him or I need to engage in competition with this person just so somebody can hear my song. So that's the point. But because people think like this, that's why I sold all my music here.
So you don't sell your music here. So you don't sell your music at all.
I have sold the music like you put on iTunes and things like that. It normally require that you sell it. But
quick question.
What I'm saying is that
how do you make your and you don't have to tell me in detail, but how do you make your income?
I'm a retired military member.
So you're still getting benefits from the military at one time, which was considered competition.
I'm sorry, say again about the military?
Which was considered to be a competitive environment. You're still receiving benefits from it.
Some elements of it is. Absolutely. I was in the military. Things happened in there. And so that's how I make my living because of what happened in there.
Can I respond to this, Brother Brian, please?
Go ahead, brother.
All right, listen.
Don't say nothing, Jay. Let him respond, Jay. Go ahead. Don't
no problem.
First of all, you cannot compare sports to prostitution because number one, you don't know a person's mindset so far as sports. Now, I played sports from the time I was 6 all the way through college, semi-pro, and some arena ball. Okay. Now, the thing about it is, I know people personally that grew up in impoverished situations to where they had no way to go to college to get an education except it was for sports. Academically, they were average at best. But because they could run a ball, shoot a ball, they were able to go to college and they were able to provide for their family to where their families did not have to struggle. Now, I'm not condoning people who prostitute or strip or do anything because I am a born again believer. So you can't just lump everybody in and say because you play sports, then you're no different than a person who prostitutes themselves or works in the strip club. That's crazy. You can't do that because I don't promote unholiness. Because 1 Peter 1:16, God says, be holy because I'm holy. But what you cannot do is impose your opinion on scripture and tell people that they are evil because they participate in sports, man. That is ridiculous, Jay. You went from one extreme to the other. You went from Judaizing to being legalistic, man. And the thing about it was this. what I said was that there are 460,000 young men and women who have benefited positively because they were able to play sports. There are different ways to get out of the hood. Some people have the aptitude to be able to get all A's and to have a 3.8 or a 4.0 GPA, or to be able to make an invention, to do different things to get money. But even if you make an invention, you still have to compete with other inventors to even get your stuff signed so you can get paid. But according to you, that's competition. So Jay is.
Can I respond for you, Jay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
This is what I'm gonna say about that. I understand, like I said, I'm rolling with Jay on this one. For the simple fact is, when you were in your sin, you were doing those things. But once you came to Christ, let this mind be in you that's in Christ. Would Christ be doing those things that we were doing while we were in the world? Or are we truly coming to the Most High and making the right choices in our environment, in our jobs, and whatever it is we're choosing to do? Are we putting ourselves in a position, truly?
First of all,
because those 450,000 young boys that you're talking about weren't raised as in the traditions of Christ, in the word of according to the word.
So
once you come,
everybody say that, I want to ask them, what you do for a living? What you do for a living? That's what I want to know.
He just said he retired military.
No, not Jay, the other guy.
Oh, he said
I run my own business. I'm in the transportation industry.
So you got to compete for that too. Everybody
Nope, I don't have to compete. I don't have to compete. You know why I don't have to compete? Let me tell you why I don't have to compete, sister. Because I follow the Most High and I do things according to His will, and it comes to me. It comes to me. I don't have to. I don't have to go out there and bid for nothing. I don't have to do any of that. I get the phone call.
So it's favor. So he's saying it's
advertise or nothing. You don't advertise or nothing. You just sit there and focus.
No, not at all. I don't do no advertisement. I don't hand out no cards. I don't do none of that. I allow the Most High to do that.
So you sit at home and folks just say, okay, so no, how did
I'm riding. I'm riding. They call me and say, hey, I got this. You want it? Yes.
How did they find you though? That's my question.
Because my number is on the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration.
Advertising, done.
I didn't advertise it. It's what's needed. You still have to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But I don't have to go out here and I don't have to go out here. See, that's semantics, sister. Don't play semantics.
If you put your number out there for people to see it, to call you, to do it, that's still competition because there's somebody out there doing the same thing as you. They're choosing
the competition. It's me. When Jay is saying competition, sister.
So is it somebody else out there doing the same thing as you that they have options?
See, you guys are taking it out of context. You're taking the competition out of context.
You tell her how was it taken out of context?
She's taking it out of context by saying, oh, you got to go get a job. Quite naturally, we have to work to eat. And yes, you must render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But the whole thing that Jay is saying, what is your mindset going into what you're doing? That's the key. What is your spirit when you're going into it? Because if you go in with the right spirit, I don't have to compete. The Most High does the calling and does the choosing and opens the doors. So if the Most High's opened the door, why would I put myself in a position where I would have to act as if I'm going to compete? Because it's the act of doing it.
So let me tell you something. So the job I currently have, it dropped in my lap. You know why? Because I had to put my resume out on something called LinkedIn. When you put your resume out, wait, let me finish my point, because I'm going to show you where you're incorrect, because you still have to compete for anything you get. You are in competition with the next person. There's nobody out there. There's probably 5 other.
You're missing the point, sis. You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
But the thing is, what you're doing is you're agreeing with Jay, the producer, who's saying no form of competition is good when everybody's out here competing for something.
No, I'm not saying that you're going in it as a competition, then therefore you have the wrong mentality. That mentality is not of the Most High. I'm sorry, it's not. I'm not going to make an excuse. that mind isn't in Christ. I'm sorry. But if I go in knowing that the Most High is going to make this happen because it's according to his will as to what I'm doing and the rewards that I reap from doing what I'm doing, as to giving it back to what the Most High requires. So when I go in the door, I'm going in with that spirit and not the spirit that I got to compete with somebody, because don't nobody compete with the Most High. Most High going to open the door and knock anybody out the way if you really, truly believe. If you believe and asking in belief, it will happen. But if you go in talking about, hey, I got to go in here and compete with everybody else, then that's the wrong mentality to have. That's all I'm saying, sister.
So I want to just say shout out to Gia. Gia, stop being a hater. That's not good. Okay, back to my point, because she forever, I could be either legalistic or non-legalistic. She don't like nothing I say, but God bless
Can I help you out, Sister E?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me help you out. Let me first start say hello, everybody. And I want to start first when Scripture says, let every man work out his own salvation with fear and trembling. So when it comes down to matters of gray areas, which this is definitely a gray area, because there's nothing specifically about this in Scripture, and the mention of Paul mentioning runners and racers, and obviously they were racing and they were doing it. Now, how to what level they did it, who knows? The Bible doesn't say, but it is a gray area. So that being said, this is a capitalist country, and for the most part, most of the world is a capitalist world. Everything in this country we do is competition. I don't care. Even I hate to say this, but even churches compete for people. Every corporation competes for employees, and they compete for customers. Business owners compete for contracts. Business owners compete for customers. People compete for jobs, raises, promotions. There's no way that you run a business and you're not competing with other people. You are competing with other businesses. So just because God may give you favor doesn't mean there ain't no competition. You're competing, you just may not see it. But there is competition everywhere. There's competition in everything we do. So to sit up here and condemn, I mean, there are coaches, there are professional athletes, there are players in college, coaches in college who are all Christians, and we're sitting here saying they're not believers, and we need to excommunicate them because they're competing in sports. Some who are doing it to feed their family, some who are doing it for an opportunity. Even the education, not everybody make it to the pros. Some people do it, they get a free education, and then they go on with their careers. But the point I'm making is, and the larger point is, Sister E is right. Everything is competition. Your business is competition too. You're not out there not competing with other truckers. Come on, man. That's unrealistic.
And I like what
I understand.
He said when two believers go for the same job. How does that work when both of y'all are believers, both of y'all praying for the job, and both of y'all go to the job? How did that work right there? God just sovereign. He gonna pick who we want to have the job, and then open the door for the other believer later. A competition is in there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And because there are only so many jobs. So we're all competing for jobs. We're all competing for contracts. We're all trying to put food on the table to feed our families, man. There's competition in everything.
Like I said, it's easy for me to get out here and say y'all in sin for watching sports, because I don't watch sports. I don't play cards. I don't got all that. I can say all of that to brag because it's easy for me because I never did that. But I don't know. I think it could get a little rough when it start dealing with certain things.
Well, Brother Berean, I played sports. I played baseball, football. I played basketball.
For fun, not for competition.
I mean, I played high school ball. I tried out for minor league baseball teams. I didn't make it, but I tried. Because what? That would have put my family on a whole nother level. And I would have been able to leave an inheritance for my children's children. Now that's not saying that I still can't, but it would have came much faster, if you understand where I'm coming from.
No, that's that's good.
I guess because everything that I've ever had to work for, I've always had to compete for it. Nothing was ever something that was, I'm just gonna walk in and get it. Because everything has put a lot of things, majority of my life has always put me in the position of someone can do the job better than you. So you got to prove on the floor that you can do it. From competition when I was in high school to going to college, you have to even compete when you're going to college. Because you have certain assignments, you may have certain things you may have to compete going into the door of college. And then when you get into this job industry, which is very competitive, you got to compete there. There is no way where you can avoid competition. Now, understand the fact of the matters of the heart. Where is your heart when you walk in? Yes, I can lovingly win that job, but I'm going to have to go in there and say, it's between me and you on who's going to get this job. And I'm going to make sure that they know that I am the best candidate for the job. It does not have to be that I'm coming for you, but at the end of the day, it's who can do the best job. And it goes even into sports. What team is going to win? It's nothing wrong with competition, because I've seen people compete with each other and then after they get done, go and have dinner. These basketball players we watch, they ain't just competing and they hate each other. Some of them are friends.
They know each other, kids and family and everything.
But there's no way anywhere in life you don't have the option to compete.
And somebody
so if you're a spiritual person and you really have the back to the Spirit of God and all of that stuff, you're not going to slick. You're not going to feel good watching two teams play and battle and knock each other down and roll and chase the ball. You're not going to feel good in your heart if the Spirit is deep in your heart.
But if they love to do it, think about it. We're looking at it from our end. There are some people out here that's playing football that loves to play football. Some that play basketball love to play basketball. And the interesting thing is, Jay, the producer, is into music. My daughter's into music. They have to compete there. You have all types of compositions, but they do it because they love it. It has some of them who can't do it and they let it get into their spirit. Those are the exceptions. But some people are out here doing it because they love it. And I don't take anything from them on that. And I'm quiet.
All right, Elder T, come on to the microphone before we get out of here.
All right, yeah, God bless you. Sister E, long time. God bless you. How you doing?
What's going on, Elder T?
I'm good. You hear my little one in the back, so I'm gonna be real short.
I do.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to say real quick, is that God doesn't have a problem with competition. You can see it clearly, even in the societies of Egypt, Israel. Everyone had buying and selling. I mean, you even heard certain things in the Bible with the woman selling the color of purple. But what I wanted to direct my attention to real quick is Matthew 25, because even though we know Jesus had gave this parable and he had likened these things, a lot of these things that he named according to the kingdom is likened unto this. But the reason why I wanted to bring this out is because even Jesus himself had understood the concept, because he, starting at verse 15, it's long. So I'm pretty sure most of y'all know about the 5 talents, and there was 3 servants, and he gave each servant according to his ability. And he left him in charge of, either 5 or 2. It was talent, so it didn't have specific value, but it was based off of weight. So when the master came back, or when he left, I'll say, so to speak, it said that the first 2 had immediately went into making the master's profit, and the last one buried it. And when the master came back, just to make a long story short, yes, baby, hold on. Just to make a long story short, he had called him lazy, or he did this out of fear. He said, you could have left it unto the banks and to at least got my money back off of the interest. But because you didn't do anything, he was unfaithful. So Jesus gave a parable talking about the kingdom, and the other 2 giving more responsibility because of what? The competition, or what they was doing to profit the master's money. Jesus said, okay, now they can get greater responsibilities. But if in order for Jesus to even teach such a thing in a parable, he had to understand the way the system worked. So why would he use such a parable if it was such a problem? And that's all I was going to say. I'm going to mute my mic and I'll still be here.
All right, Jay, come on, Jay. Your position is always get people stirred up, but come on, what are your thoughts on all of the stuff you heard?
I know most people won't be persuaded. Most people won't be persuaded. The Lord is the one who determines this. But my response would be to this, or what I would want y'all to look at or rewind to tape back to listen to, is in the responses that I received, from why it ain't bad, all the reasons for it, none of it had to do with living upright for God. Literally no one mentioned when they went into something, they did this, and any thought in their mind was about, how do I honor the Lord and keep his commandments? Is this even something I can do? Nobody weighed it like that. Everybody who responded weighed this based upon what lifestyle they wanted to come out of, which one they wanted to attain, what they love to do, what they felt their talent was. Everybody's response was based upon something natural or carnal. Nothing was mentioned on is this pleasing to God? Is this even something I can do? You know, the brother said you can't compare strippers to people who play, like, let's say NFL, or let's say I mentioned boxing a lot, so I'll just use that again. Boxing or UFC. You can't compare those two because you can't group them together because he doesn't support or promote immorality or things like that. But I beg to differ, because anybody who promotes violence, the destruction of the man's body for his own selfish gain, promotes immorality. Just because it ain't the same immorality as stripping doesn't mean it's not immoral. It's not immoral. So you have many more evils to worry about in this world to separate yourself from than just mere competition. And that's why it makes it annoying, because people put things that are not two people competing against one another, they call it sport still. And the same thing that going to a job, every job doesn't cause you to have to engage in rivalry with someone and be in strife and compete head on with someone. Some jobs just ask you, what's your credentials? Okay, well, we're hiring, we like you, come on. So everything doesn't require that you engage in rivalry with somebody. But because society calls everything competing, just like how they call everything sport, it muddies the water. But that's why I keep on trying to be very specific. I don't say sports is evil. I say competitive sports is evil. To let you know, at any point where you put two men against one another, they become strivers against one another, not striving against evil, not striving against sin, but against one another. For what purpose? Their own vainglory, their own selfish ambition, either for them themselves or them and their team. And they have to do everything they can to stop this next person. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the corruption that is from the evil one that's in the midst of the churches and in the midst of the world. The passage that was brought up by Philippians chapter 2, and what that's not, when we get these teachings from the apostle, he said, do nothing out of rivalry, strife, contention, thinking only of yourself, but esteem others higher than yourself. He ain't saying do that in just one area of your life. He's telling you how to live in all areas of your life. Don't ever at any point, even though the flesh rises up and you got to subdue it because it wants to, when he says do nothing in strife or rivalry, that's in life, period. When he says think of others higher than yourself or better than yourself, esteem them, that a person who's lowly, think lowly of themselves and think highly of others, won't engage willingly in any form of strife that he has to engage in trying to prove he's better than him, because he thinks lowly of himself and he thinks higher of the other person. So that's what I'm talking about. It's these teachings and these principles that God has given us by his Spirit. And of course, the whole world lies in darkness. So just because you got to do it to eat, it doesn't mean it's good now. And just because you say that you believe in Christ, it doesn't mean that the things you engage in aren't evil now. And just because somebody goes and does a sport because he loves it, I grew up in sports, a house full of trophies, my mom, dad, everybody, whole family. So I didn't grow up being taught this was evil. I grew up taught it was okay and acceptable. And I engaged in it. Track and field, hurdles, 400, whatever, high jump, all that, basketball, football, baseball. I did all that stuff. But the point is that even though I did these things while professing to be a Christian, and I loved it and thought nothing was evil, it doesn't mean that what I was engaging in was good. The apostle gave the same teaching, and I'll leave it here because I got to go teach another class. But the apostle said concerning the conscience, all right, because people think as long as they don't feel bad about it, they ain't sinned. There's a certain thing called ignorant sin in the scriptures, where you do evil and don't even know you did evil when you did it. There was no conviction because you didn't have knowledge of your wrongdoing. So yet those ignorant sins require animal sacrifice, meaning it was still worthy of death in God's sight. And he said, when this thing comes to his mind, he's to then bring an atonement for his evil that he did, that he didn't even know he did evil. He had no conviction because he had no knowledge. So, and the apostle said it himself. He said, "My conscience is clear, but that don't prove I'm right."
Jay, should the church teach
said
getting
that.
money? Should the church teach how to get money, how to buy real estate, how to clean your credit up? Should the Bible believing church teach that? Financial
If there's
literacy?
if somebody's in debt and there's a way that they can get out of debt by paying something off, then yeah, that's good to teach because you don't want to be in debt to anybody. But
And God would want you to teach it. Would God want you to get money and leave a house for your grandkids and your kids and pay your mortgage off? God would want you to do that?
That would be nice. It's a good thing to have, but everyone won't have it.
Need a job for that.
Well, you do need a job, but every job doesn't require you engage in rivalry with somebody. Like if we're going to keep saying you need a job and everything competes and it's good because, hey, they do it because they love it. That's why I keep pointing to things like, okay, the Olympics. Somebody put on the comment section, the apostle used the 1 Corinthians 9, racing and things like that. Yes, he did. And he used boxing as an example. And he was referring to the Isthmian Games that went on in Corinth, which was an idolatrous festival. It literally was an idolatrous ceremony that was going on. So just because he used what people knew was going on in the land as an example, no different than Christ using thievery to explain how he coming back, it doesn't mean just because he used it as an example to not promote racing, because the person said, let me help you. And then he says about he used the example of racing. That means they did racing. We don't know to what end. That's false. He used that as an example referring to the Isthmian Games, and he wasn't telling Christians go do it. He said they do it for vainglory. He pointed to the heathens who dedicated their lives, changed their diets, trained their bodies rigorously for vainglory. And he's telling Christians, look at that. Look how dedicated they are to vanity. You should be training your bodies to not live according to the corruptions of the flesh. You should not beat the air symbolically. You shouldn't beat the air, but have purpose in everything that you do in glorifying God so that you can attain the eternal prize. That's why you use that. But anybody that says because he used that example, therefore it's good, is quite frankly ignorant. And he's using boxing and he's using a whole event that he wouldn't even allow Christians to even attend. But they knew what was going on in the land because in Corinth, it was so divided. Every time the games went on, there was this big peace treaty that went on. And it was a big festival like how the Olympics is here. So even if you didn't attend, you knew what was going on. So that's what I'm talking about. If we take our time, start with the teaching of Christ, the principles that we have to live by in every facet of our life, and then we look into the world we live in, then we'll be able to have that wisdom and light that God talks about in Proverbs that will guide our lives and lead us down the right path. Instead of people's responses being, well, this is the life I wanted to live. I wanted to come out of the hood. Oh, I got a free ride because I couldn't afford it. Everything's carnal. But the Lord is concerned with you walking upright, and then everything else comes second. So if you got to lay down his commandments to do it, you shouldn't do it.
Gotcha.
And that's the teaching. But
all right, thank you, brother. Sister E.
Why did you think about like this?
Sister E. No, he said he go teach a class. Let him go ahead down and teach. Sister E. Did you see Alton? Do you see Alton with his fast self ran and jumped up on Kevin Samuels? You know who Kevin is, right?
Yeah. Jesus.
What do you think about the church and relationships and dating because everything you talking about is carnal. This is all carnal right here. Do you think the church should teach brothers and sisters certain things? You think the church should be in the forefront of the dating scene?
I don't see nothing wrong with that. I think
hold on, let me play for those that have not seen it. It's a little quick into action. Let me go ahead and play it, and then you pick it up and you tell me what you think from there. I'm gonna pull my headphones off, just see what I know you probably know, but just for anybody that didn't see it.
If you finna play Kevin Samuels,
No, Alton. I'm talking about Alton.
Alton, come on, we talking about Alton.
Hey yo.
Alton, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? I'm all right. How are you? Good. I just want to touch on something that you said earlier.
Wait a minute, Alton was on Kevin Samuels.
I'm scared.
Oh, I'm finna get real quiet right now. Listen to this. You know I'm gonna talk about you, Alton, right?
Is that men like structure. So we're not seeing that in a lot of modern day churches today. Right. And I think that's what's keeping a lot of men, especially black men, away, is because it's just kind of like a free for all in church,
Mhm.
you know, and just like you said earlier, it's more catered to women. So I'm here in the Metro Atlanta area. Sorry for my
It's okay.
sorry for my camera. I'll just go ahead and transition to the other one. But yeah, I'm here in Atlanta where there's a lot of mega churches,
Mhm.
and I've been to a couple of them, and just like you say, majority of them are filled with women, and I think it's, you know, it's due to the structure.
Mhm.
You know, there's no structure in the churches. So
The churches have you attended, are you single?
no, I'm actually married.
Okay. The churches you've attended, do you know if they've had active singles ministries?
A couple of them. I've seen a couple.
I guess let me define what I mean by active. Meaning,
Yeah.
the singles ministry is the defining ministry, the defining part of the church. They are known for actively facilitating relationships and or healthy outcomes in marriage. Not just
No,
do they
not-
have
not-
one.
Not those churches.
No, he's
All
not
right,
a Christian.
Not those
See, in
churches.
my personal opinion, that's what we need. You go to Chick-fil-A because you know you're gonna get what? A good Chick-fil-A. They are not known for their bomb salads. They're good. Chick-fil-A is known for that one chicken sandwich with them 2 pickles. And people will even let them be closed on Sunday to get that one chicken sandwich and them 2 pickles. And people like their waffle fries.
Exactly.
That's a defining feature. McDonald's has the French fries too, a defining feature. And I'm saying if we can have a church that can decide that they want to have a defining feature of bringing in effectively making a ministry about reclaiming men and having an active singles ministry to facilitate these things that we say that we want as a community, they could run the table.
I think I may look into that here in Atlanta, trying to start something like that. So I think that's a good idea.
This is what this is for, because see, typically I realize that these conversations are different, and when people start feeling like their power base is threatened, they want to start wars. No. Either or. Let's do and, because in Atlanta
Exactly.
we got all these professional Black people, all these professional men, all these professional women, all these mega churches, but no one's decided to say we're gonna be the church for the singles. We're gonna facilitate, we're gonna teach, we're gonna take these 80% of the folks that were born without a daddy in the household, and we're gonna teach the women their role, the men their role. Come on, man. You see where we're going with this.
Right. Exactly. And I think I've heard you talk about this a couple of times on your show. I think you mentioned that Atlanta has one of the highest rates of single Black women in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
And we got some of the most churches in this city as well as any other city in the United States. So, but there is a gap. You know, there is a lack of that type of ministry here, and yeah, I think that's what a lot of us need to start doing, to start to have these conversations, and to be more active with it too.
Let me say this too. I'm gonna go ahead and put somebody else and bring some more folks in. Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming in.
Sister E, what are your thoughts?
I can't. You know what?
What are your thoughts?
I had the Alton. I'm gonna pray for him. Why you go on Kevin Samuel's show? Because even I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna go here because a lot of people I can't take him too much.
What are y'all thoughts on Kevin just in general in the church and singleness and women? And the church should be supposed to be in the forefront of the dating scene.
I think I really far as I.
Hold on. Here he is right here. I thought he was going live. All right, good. Hold on.
How dare you, Alton?
I'm putting on my headphones off, but I'm listening.
How dare you go on Kevin Samuel's show? And I can't even put you on my channel, and you're gonna go to Kevin's channel. How dare you? I'm just messing with him. Don't unmute yourself with that mic of yours. But,
and them 2 cameras showing off. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
How dare you?
Hold on. How y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me good?
Yeah, that $20 mic of yours. I'm just
I'm gonna need you to hold on, Brian. I'm gonna need you to say fair use when you play my videos from now on.
Okay,
man.
I'm sorry. Fair use.
No, I'm just playing, man. But hello to everybody on the panel. But yeah, and I just kind of want to clarify what I was doing on Kevin Samuel's thing, because I don't want nobody getting the wrong idea. I've actually had that clip for maybe about a month and a half or something like that, when he did that live stream, And what's funny is that a lot more people saw it and recognized me more than what I thought. So, because I had people hit me up like, was that you on Kevin Samuels? And even one of my friends hit me up. He was like, man, what you doing on Kevin Samuels? So, but no, he had a topic, and I think the title was, does the black church want men, or something like that, or does the church want black men? And I just decided to, I mean, because this is one of the first and few times that he does open the panel up to men, because it's usually about women who are trying to seek a man and all of that stuff. And he has some other topics. Sometimes he'll open the floor up to men, and I don't engage in those type of discussions.
Mhm.
But when he was talking about the church and black men and stuff like that, then I say, oh, you know what? Maybe this would be a great opportunity to have somewhat of a discussion. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I did it. And and I actually hesitated for a little while from posting that clip, because I didn't want to cause nobody to stumble. But a lot of people kept asking me to post a clip, and I was like, well, maybe I'll post it, maybe keep it up for a few days and then take it down. But
You good. I'm messing with you though. I gotta mess with you and give you a hard time. Alton, it wouldn't be. But I mean, as far as dating in the church, I don't see anything wrong. But ask that question of why dating is not in the church, I can already tell you why. Because of the number of individuals in most of these mega churches are living. I ain't gonna say most because I don't know most, but in the black church, we know in those mega churches, homosexuality runs rampant. So, and
Right.
coming from those environments, a woman like me is not going, and I'm gonna be honest, I was the type of girl that, I mean, young woman, when I was in church, I never dated inside of the church because of the lifestyle of some of the men in the church. Majority of the time, and I'm gonna say this, and folks gonna talk about me, I dated the dudes in the street after the church, because the dudes in the church, most of them didn't want women. They wanted something that looked like them. So in most cases, we didn't have room to date in the church. So we always end up having the guys that wasn't in church that we dated, the women that were straight. So that's why you see such a big thing where no men are really in the church for women to date, because the men are there, but it's the lifestyles, especially in Atlanta. Now, come on, you're talking about
Yeah.
Atlanta. Their lifestyles make women like me say, I'm kind of good. Um, so in most cases, when I dated, most of the guys that I ended up dating and dealt with were guys that were not in church.
My
That's
wife, yeah, my wife, when I first started dating her, she told me, she was just like, I'm glad you ain't, you ain't no church boy. Cause she was just like, I don't deal with them church boys. Cause, but she was just like, they either too far to the left to where they're just trying to run through the whole church, or they're just, closet homosexuals. And, so, that's why, when I met her, at the time I wasn't saved. You know what I'm saying? I was watching Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? I was into that stuff. But then just slowly but surely, over time, by God's grace, he was able to, put me on the path that I'm on now. And I'm already.
You think the church should
Go
be
ahead.
involved? Do y'all think the church should be involved in dating at all, or it's enough? It's enough carrying on up in the church right now, enough flesh and enough everything else, and folk need to be focused on God and learning His word and just growing in Him.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: there are some European churches that I've known, that I wouldn't say that they have a singles dating ministry, but they do have particular people to kind of give the gospel or spread the gospel to people who are single, and to give them a biblical view on marriage and the relationship between men and women. So, but I think that that's kind of lacking in our churches. I'm not gonna say all, but in a lot of our churches, that's why you just see majority of just single women. You know what I'm saying? So, but I went on there because I wanted to be able to have the conversation about it, and I think that this is a conversation that should be had. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, the black family in general has been broken, and the church hasn't really been there to really give a biblical worldview on what a relationship looks like between a man and a woman. So,
Hey, Brother Alton.
yes, sir.
Hey, yeah, You're a better man than me. I couldn't go on Samuel's, but I did. But I agree with a lot of what you said. In my experience and watching some of the churches, there is a lot of that, and I think the appeal to quote unquote strong black men is a lot of strong black men are turned off because of the shenanigans and the things that are going on.
Yeah.
And on the platform and whatnot.
Right.
And then to Sister E's point about there being a lot of effeminate men, you're either right. You're right. You got the effeminate ones, or you got the ones that's the wolves that are coming in to run game and run through every woman they can. And that's the problem and the unbalance. I don't necessarily believe there should be a emphasis on dating, and I agree with Brother Ren. I don't think Samuel saved at all, but that's just my opinion.
No, I don't think so either.
But I think he was one of those wolves running through the church too. But,
right, and I've listened to his take on Christianity, and I mean he's totally off, and I know people are just like, well, why would you go on there in the first place? First of all, when Kevin Samuels does a live, he has about 20-some thousand people that's on watching. So when you do have a person from the secular world who is willing to have that conversation, the very few times that they're willing to have that conversation, I think us as Christians, we shouldn't just back away and just say, no, I'm not going to engage at all. Because, I mean, even when we read, I think it's in the book of Acts where Paul even engaged with the Greek philosophers. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I'm like Paul or I was doing exactly what he was doing, but I just think that, when there is an opportunity to have a conversation like that, yeah, we should do it without saying that, well, if I can't convert Kevin Samuels to Christianity, well, then, I shouldn't talk to him. But you never know who may have been watching that and say, oh, well, let me go and see, what this guy's about, and maybe send him a quick email or something, and, and to get the, like a in-depth conversation on my thoughts on that. So
I agree with you.
Y'all aren't those guys. Y'all don't really believe in vibrations and energies. But there's some mystics believe that it's a spirit, it's a feminine, it's some type of spirit that's up in some of these churches. How do you think that spirit or that quote unquote energy get up in there?
By allowing foolishness to go in,
witchcraft.
Come in, yeah, and then nobody's really talking about it, and people are just ignoring it, then when people do try to have a conversation, you shut them down, and I can't believe that you talking to this person and that person, and it's like, even with me, like, I get a lot of flack for even speaking and engaging with Hebrew Israelites, you know what I'm saying, just like that one lady, Misty Richards, she hammered me, for calling Elder Green, me considering him a brother in Christ, and I know some people may not agree with that. But, I've had plenty of conversations with the man to know where he is theologically. And I mean, sometimes I get hammered for that, but,
well, let me say this, brother.
Go ahead.
I consider Elder Green a brother too. But to the point you were making earlier about dating, I don't think that the church should have an emphasis on dating at all.
Right.
I think what the church should do is prepare those who want to be married to prepare them to be married. And how do you do that? Mentorship, whether they're both men and women, to prepare them to be good husbands and wives. But as far as the dating game, it's no pastor or church leader should be involved in nothing like that. And now I'm just speaking because if you look at the early church, obviously we don't see any evidence of anything like that. So my point is that the emphasis should be on Paul's stress marriage and there's already enough problems between married couples, let alone folks trying to have girlfriends and boyfriends and do all that.
Right.
I ain't judging nobody. I'm just saying.
Right. And just to clear it up, and I know that people can kind of speculate just from that one clip, but no, this is what Kevin Samuels was saying before he actually brought me on, that there should be some type of ministry for people who are looking to be married, not just dating and all of that stuff. So he did kind of bring that up, which is one of the reasons why I did hop on, because if he just would have been talking about dating, trying to get church people to date, I wouldn't have gotten on. But he did say that, when people do consider themselves to be Christian and they are looking for marriage, then
They to get married, to build families. That's the key to
right,
the community, any community, or any nation or people. Yeah,
exactly. So he wasn't promoting dating. He was promoting biblical marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to clear that up. So
Okay, yeah, I had to ask. I had to ask that because I know
Yeah.
that he may not have, but I thought I've heard him in the past, and this one of the reasons I stopped listening to him, because I thought I heard him in the past pushing that kind of concept, people just getting together and whatever, you know what I'm saying?
No,
And that's
he
not
definitely,
biblical.
he definitely believed that nation building, that people need to do that. Folk dating too much right now. Folk carrying on too much right now, and that stuff need to stop. And it's all connected. Everything ain't white man, white man, white man. A lot of this stuff is, listen, families need to get together. Families were together in the early '60s, and something happened.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I don't
address it and point. Now, hold on a minute, Roger. What
Go
are
ahead.
your thoughts on this whole on this stuff you've been hearing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We ready for you.
Well, yeah, I personally, it's when you start making church about, or things like this happen, you kind of start to be like idolize marriage, and I don't like that's a bad idea. Started getting into idolizing marriage and things of that nature. And personally, Kevin Samuels, he uses his experience in the church to try to teach people in the church, what they should do. I heard him talking a couple of times about the Bible and things of that nature. And it's literally something that I don't think Christians should do or emphasize. And I think Paul kind of warned against it,
Wait a minute. When you start talking about idolizing, get back to that part again.
Yeah, you can idolize marriage. You can idolize being in relationships.
What y'all think is more important? Let me take a poll right now. What y'all think is more important, going to church or being in a good, healthy marriage? Going to church or being in a good, healthy marriage?
I think if you got a good, healthy marriage, it coincides with going to church. Because the problem is this I have with the church is, and not problem with the church, but what's going on even in the Israelite community as well, is we can go out here and minister, but our houses are destroyed. How am I supposed to be in a church and minister to someone when my house, which is my number one ministry, is out of order? So if you are married, I think being a part of a church family isn't an issue. But the thing is, when you make your church an idol, where you put your families on hold or your spouse on hold, that's when it becomes a problem. And that's what I see.
All right, anybody else? That sounded good right there. God had Adam and Eve together. God very into family.
Amen.
Church building in a temple. Y'all gonna stop this nonsense. Adam and Eve do it family first. Oh, y'all don't like that. Because y'all too spiritual. Y'all don't like that right there. I ain't saying relationship with God, because sometimes we confuse going to church. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let somebody else talk and leave it alone. I'm already a pagan. Go ahead, the mic's open.
Yeah, amen, Sister E, and you're right. We conflate a relationship with Christ. We conflate a relationship with the Heavenly Father with religious affiliation. And I'm not banging on the assembly at all. I'm just saying that relationship with the Father, and just like the panel was speaking earlier, the Spirit of God teaching you and leading you and helping you to grow and to understand as you study Scripture. The Spirit of God teaching you and helping you to grow and to become a more mature Christian. I started off as a Christian in my teens, went through a lot, back and forth, up and down, listened to a lot of crazy folk. And I finally figured it out. It's about, as far as my walk, it's about me and Christ. And as I grow, I don't judge other people, and I don't let other people judge me. Of course, I'm not out here just wilding out or nothing like that. I'm just speaking in general. So it seems like I'm banging on Brother Jay. I'm really not. I'm just trying to help him to get off of that Judy. He go, like the other brother said, he went from Judaizing to legalism to Pharisee. And I'm trying to help him to see that he's putting himself and other people in bondage, and not to circle back to that, but let me get back. But I think that we are in a critical place right now as a church, quote unquote, because we have so many factions out here pulling on it. And I view the church as the ecclesia, the body of Christ. And we have so many, we got, not our Messianic Israelites, but the camps. We got other, cults and groups and wackos out there coming in. And then we got the conscious community and the agnostics and the atheists. I mean, everybody's coming. And I don't know, sometimes I'm like, I get into warrior mode because I like, where I grew up, I like banging. So, but the Lord have checked me sometimes, so I can back down. But they're coming. And how do we prepare for them? How do we help the babes? How do we protect the babes? That's the most, because you got a lot of preachers, they just up there hooming and hollering and preaching, and they're not paying attention to the flock. And folks are getting pulled out of there. But they happy because they're getting some tithes and offerings. Help me.
But the other thing, even when we go back to that thing with Jay, there's a lot of people that feel some type of church hurt. They had pastors, that ministers, pastors, bishops, their family members, their parents that was so involved in church and dragging them to church Monday night, Wednesday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, never going to a basketball game, never going to a football game, never doing nothing but church, and they put the church before them. Now people are growing up that grew up in church and they don't want to really have anything to do with it because of a lot of stuff like that. You can say what you want. Something is going on with men in church.
Correct.
That's a form of abuse too.
Something is going on right there. And something drove them away. Was it lies from the conscious community? Was it a Eurocentric image? Something drove them away. We know ultimately it was the devil, but we got to begin to look at that and address that to see why brothers aren't going to church or don't even see a need for the church at all. When they did 50 years ago.
Because in a lot of these churches, they don't have a voice. I'm not in agreement with that. They don't have a voice, and some women are going to not like what I'm saying, but women have more of a voice in the church than men this day and time. And I'm not in agreement with that because I see the repercussions of it. I see the young boys who are idolizing the men that are still left there because the men left, and they're living those lives that are not pleasing to y'all, and it's not healthy for them. I think when they took the man's voice out and replaced it with the women and the other people involved in the church, that's when the man said, I'm checking out. A great example, and this is my testimony, that when I was in the middle of my divorce, I was seeking counseling because I believed in godly counseling at that time. And I went to a church that I'm familiar with and asked for counseling, marriage counseling, because we were at our end. And instead of pointing me to a man or someone who had been married and had experience in marriage, they sent me to a woman that had never been married before. And the counseling that she provided was not good counseling. And I felt that because I went to the men that I knew in the church to say, look, we need counseling. We need somebody, only a woman that has been married can walk me through it. And only a man that has been married can walk my ex-husband through it.
I agree with that. I agree with that nonsense about sending somebody up and they think they got all that other spirit nonsense they be coming with. I ain't into a lot of that stuff is nonsense, y'all.
Correct. And I don't want people to think that's my beef with church, because even after the fact, I still was going to church. I didn't have a problem with the church. I don't, but they, instead of promoting, and I think now they're moving towards it, but instead of promoting healthy marriages, is promoting, and Pastor Stephen Darby said this: if the man is in the church with her wife, she will be less amped to spend as much money in church. If you don't have a man in your ear telling you don't need to go up to the offering plate anymore, we got bills to pay, that's gonna hurt the pastor, because they have 5 and 6 women offerings, and because of the emotional tug, we're gonna keep giving money. A man is going to stop you and say, look, you got to be logical in what you do. Stop it. We only gonna go up here at this offering plate one time. We got bills to pay. And when Pastor Darby said that made so much sense. That's why women have such a voice, because they financially back the church. Think about Jake's, when he had his conference. He had the conference he had for men, and then he had the conference for the women. He does more conferences for the women, because guess what?
Women out there loose.
Yeah.
Oh no, that built that house in Dallas. He built the house in
Yes.
Dallas off of that.
Yeah, you tug on them emotional strings, you got us. And I'm better at it because I feel like now I understand what the principles are when it comes to tithe and offering and being a good steward, that I'm not foolish. But back then my emotional strings was tugged. And I would give, and they would tug at that emotional string. And that's why I really believe that was the push of the man out, because he realized women in here, I'm gonna make money. Men in here, they not finna make.
Do you
They ain't
think
finna
that's
pay
a
my bill.
promotion from the government? Do you think the churches did that? Do you think that's something the pastor specifically did? A lot of folk running around here trying to act like men don't want church, but I see men, they be out there all dressed up in that purple 1,000 deep marching. Men reading the Bible, men come and talking that Bible, that religious talk. Men in the Nation of Islam, men in these camps, men are somewhere reading this book. And folk trying to act like men, oh, these men just don't want the Bible. These men, there's something, it's something to be discussed. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. It's something gonna be discussed. They gonna just make it everybody's a devil, everybody's into corruption, don't nobody want the truth of the Bible and all of this stuff. And that's not really what it is. I think some people don't want to really face it, don't want to really sit down, don't really want to have certain type of discussion so we can, it ain't even about pointing fingers, but it's about correcting some things that could be corrected. That's all.
Sister E, you just hit on something. I'm sorry, Brother Brian.
No, go ahead. I think it's open.
Sister E, you just hit on something about giving and wives giving to more than the husbands desire them to give. Also, one of the worst things a wife can do is come home and tell her husband, Pastor said such and such, that knowing that her husband disagreed with whatever it is Pastor had to say. Because Pastor,
women don't even say that. Don't even go home and talk. None of that. Especially girls don't even.
No, I tell you like this: ain't no man head of my household but Christ, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Me and my wife, we just had that conversation the other day because we were getting ready to get married. She was like, well, we need to go and sit in front of pastor and go through counseling and all of that. I was like, listen, I already done made my mind up. You know what I'm saying? I know that I want to marry you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't need to go and sit in front of somebody else to tell me that, to validate whether I should or should marry you. You know what I'm saying? I was like, we already done went to the Bible on this. We already done hashed it out. And she was just like, you know what? You're right. And I'm not saying that to try to slight her pastor, but I was just saying that, I've already made a decision to make you my wife. I don't need validation from another man. But I think that that's a part of church culture. I don't think my wife
is that doing Bible, Alton. You always talk about Bible. These guys always talking about, is that Bible? Is that Bible? Sister E just said she likes some good biblical counsel. Is that Bible?
No, I wouldn't say that is, that it is or isn't Bible.
Tongues now. Don't stop. Come on. Is that Bible?
Tama elbow tie.
Underneath another man that's been married for godly counseling, and maybe him and his wife, so he could talk both of y'all. So maybe he can talk some things that maybe y'all didn't look at. Of course, in counseling, the stuff's gonna come out. You like looking, stuff like some questions gonna come out. Do you like oral sex? Do you like, because a lot of times you run it. I'm sorry, Sister E. I don't want my ignorant side to come out. But a lot of times y'all folk will run and get married and jump into stuff. And then this one don't want to do it that much. And this one love this a whole bunch. I'm talking about you church people, because you church people, some of y'all like movies to get yourselves going. Some of y'all think oral sex is unholy. It's not Bible. It's not of God. He want you to put my mouth on that. And then the other guys, I can't talk like
missionary only.
I can't talk good for church people. But sometimes it's good to have some godly counseling so people can talk to you and be like, listen, it could be some regular things that'll be problems further down the line.
Yeah, and
what about money? You're the man of the house, but she make more money, and you're kind of frivolous spender. You see something in Home Depot, and you grab a lawnmower, and you got an old lawnmower. You just go grabbing it, and who should handle? Did y'all discuss all of that stuff? That's how sometimes outside advice is good. Godly outside advice, sometimes that's good.
I'm putting you in time out, Maria.
I'm muting myself.
I think it's wise to do it. But I don't think that it should be a requirement. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that somebody should say, no, we have to sit down in front of somebody in order to decide whether we want to get married or not. But I think that if both people are on the same accord and they do want to get married and they do want to have counseling before they get married, I don't think there's a problem with it. But for it being strictly Bible, that's something that you have to do, I don't think that it's a requirement. I don't think that it should be a requirement.
Why is the divorce rate equal? Why is it always almost equal to the world? You meet a sister in the club, you meet her in the high school, y'all have a baby, y'all end up divorced about the same. Why is it the same as almost the same as in the church? The church, why is that? And we got the Bible. How come we got so many? I tell people ask me, I said, man, I done been disqualified myself a long time ago. Why? Because of my interpretation, not y'all, but my interpretation of the Bible and elders of the church. You've been divorced, you've been married, you a bishop, you the archbishop, you done got you working on your fourth wife in the pulpit. Not even before you got in the pulpit, you working on your fourth wife. I don't know. We doing it. We crazy with it. I think that's me personally with my interpretation. I know y'all got y'all other interpretations, one wife at a time and all of that. But I do, when I see somebody in church, they were married 62 years, 58 years. I put respect on that. I'm like, I respect the elder, the bishop. He married to one sister for 62 years. He could say something to me. But he can't say nothing to some of you smart folk. And these guys are archbishops with 3-4 wives and 7 baby mamas. I don't know. I got beef with that.
I think it's kingdom mentality.
Go ahead.
I think it's kingdom mentality of Brother Berean. What do I mean by that? Christ says, love your brother as you love yourself. That also goes for your spouse. Paul says, love your spouse as you love yourself. So if we are all practicing that, both wives and husbands are practicing looking out for each other, it takes some of us longer to learn it, like me. But if we put that to practice, you'll see a whole lot more marriages lasting, because they're looking out for the best interests of each other and realizing that God is the center of their relationship. The problem comes in is that because we're born in a sinful world, we're naturally selfish, but it takes the mind of Christ to get us out of that mode. When I was 19, 20 years old, man, that if I'm looking back at some of the things I thought then, I would smack myself right now, if I thought like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a kingdom mindset. That's why we're having this problem. We don't have the focus on renewing our minds, as the scripture says, like we should be. We're focused on the circus and the zoo, as you call it, Brother Berean. We're focused on getting the bag in the church. Well, I'm getting the bag in the business world, but I'm not trying to get the bag from the church. I'm not going there and Lord, let the gold fall from heaven. You open up the sky and open up and let it rain. I don't. That's not what I go to church for. But that's a lot of people go to church for name it and claim it, to get blessed. To give to get, and their focus is in the wrong places on material things. And here we are.
D-Ray, come up to the microphone.
Everybody got real quiet.
Oh, I thought my computer shut off.
No, I had myself muted. Go ahead, D-Ray.
I think in the church, we make marriage, in a sense, too deep when it comes to people in the church getting married. I think that we focus on the spiritual aspect of it so much that the practical aspect of marriage we don't deal with. Like you said earlier, are you good with paying bills? Are you good with cleaning your house? Do you like to cook? Are you a go-getter? Can we come together as a married couple and build generational wealth for our family? It's like different conversation, or the hard conversations are not had. And a lot of times people, they either get married because somebody said, okay, well, God said that that's your husband, or God said that that's your wife, and then 2 months later they're divorced because they find out that they have nothing in common, that they don't even like each other, as people, because you're not going to be speaking in tongues every day, all day. You're not going to be quoting scriptures every day, all day. And I think a lot of times too, people fall in love with how they see people operate in the church or how they see people operate in ministry. You can see a woman be used by God when she goes forth in praise and worship. And then that man may fall in love with that. But outside of that, she could be a completely different person. And you have to ask yourself, can you deal with the flaws? Can you deal with who she is outside of how she operates in the ministry? And I think those things are not talked about. Like you said, do you think oral sex is bad? Do you think this is not good or whatever? Those conversations need to be had, because if not, you'll end up marrying somebody that you don't know, and then you'll end up being frustrated. And unfortunately, you have a divorce rate in the church just as high as it is in the world.
And this is why we tell people that time is the great revealer. A lot of times when we start dating these people, we date their representatives. You don't know they got crusty panties, dirty underwear. We don't know all of that stuff. We just look at their representative and we kind of fall in love with that representative. But time will let the representative come down, let that other side come out. We all want to put our best side forward in the beginning. So these are things that we gotta talk about. We got to give it some time. One of the things that we do, some people say, well, and that whole sex before marriage, I ain't Bishop and them, they want to run me out the office. I told Bishop, I said, never again, I'm done. I'm good. The other old lady said, but she was she had a few baby daddies. She got saved later on. Well, some of these mothers don't really I can't tell y'all everything, but some of these mothers, it ain't what y'all think it is. Back then, it wasn't no DNA. So that mother in the church got 7, 8 kids. You think they all the same baby daddy? The bishop know they, and she up there with that big hat and she dancing good and all of that. She told a young girl, she said, but you can't buy no car without driving it. So, because the girl was asking, she said, we went out there and he wanted me to do this other stuff in the car. And the mother was like, it was all right. And she was kind of shocked that she heard that coming from the mother, but the mother wasn't saved that long. The mother wasn't saved that long. So these are things that we got to look at. We got to look at some stuff like that. We got to talk about some stuff. And one thing we got to do is keep it 100. We put our best representative, our best foot forward, the other us forward a lot of times. And in the church, people tend to do that. And then that's like I said, talking could bring stuff down to reality when we start dealing with bills and people and what you like and what you don't like. And, some guys think it's nothing and they go ahead and get married. Even if you get money, you think it's nothing to be on Xbox 5 hours a day. 5 hours ain't a lot. And to somebody else, she might be looking at you like, boy, this dude, I don't know what type of fool this is right here. I don't know what he was thinking. That we start building up some type of animosity. So it's a lot. So, and it's not just marriage and being involved in marriage. It's just church culture. And there's certain things that something cause brothers not to be around. And that's kind of a problem right there. All right, come on, y'all.
I'm trying to get my point across, but you keep saying.
I'm sorry, I ain't gonna say nothing else. I was just thinking about mother. The mother be walking in there sharp up there, and then when the bishop, he shouldn't have told me either. But I was in there and I was talking about marriage and baby mamas and this and that. He said, mother, what you call it, right? I said, no. And I love that woman, and I hate that he told me that because I look at her different now. Her kids don't look the same, and they was my age and everything. Mama been out there doing her thing. And she said she was out there dropping it. But God saves everybody.
Make me choke
God saves everybody. But Mama wasn't right. And Mama knew. But that's the stuff that we do for all have sinned. Go ahead. The mic is open.
Oh, Berean. I had a serious point, and I don't even know how to put it out there right now.
No, go ahead. I want Alston to hear it. Alston know about this church stuff.
People idolize other people's marriages in church too as well. And I think D-Ray brought that up, and it's a great point, because they'll look at someone and say, I want a marriage just like them, and take that to their house and don't realize your marriage.
You don't say nothing. Johnny Gillis here. Be quiet, everybody. That's how I said the pastor ain't gonna come back. Don't say nothing. Johnny Gillis.
You better not say my. If you say my, I'm gonna.
You started it and riled up that blacktastic ignorant. Wait, said
my. I'd be like, every other sentence was my. I was ready to say glory to God.
Oh man.
He took me back to my ignorant Baptist days.
Oh,
I
man,
was
no,
like,
but
yes,
go ahead.
Ah.
I want you to finish your point. We're gonna give Johnny Gill a microphone. Y'all gave Pagan Mike. I was like, yo, and then the guy said, yo, look at your comment section, search your heart. Search your heart, is it right? And I hate, because the bishop older than me, I hate to do it, but he don't know on the low I love the comment section. That's how come I know I ain't right. But go ahead, Steve.
I'm done. I'm ready for my to come on.
All right, come on, Johnny Gill. Come on, Reverend Gill.
You got to do your head like this when you do it. My.
You don't know they was
Hey,
talking about
I
you
can
last
do that
night
with
when
no
you had
problem,
the time,
baby.
so I was reading the comment section. How you doing, brother?
Man, I am doing well. I was out of town last night. That's why I didn't have my video on, but I'm back home. I just made it, and I was listening to you guys and hearing you guys talk about relationships, and I absolutely love it. What's going on to everybody on the panel and everybody there? It's great to see everyone. And I just, just when it comes to relationships, I just, think that that so many things that you guys said in regard to what's going on in the church about a lot of the mega churches. I went to some mega churches here in Atlanta.
You in
as
Atlanta,
well.
out in Atlanta, Black Catholic. You in a whole bunch of y'all in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Not in Atlanta, outskirts. What's my organ? Where the organist at? Thunder.
Yeah,
Thunder,
he's here too. Yeah, I saw.
Yep, a bunch of y'all down there. But go ahead.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I'm in Atlanta too, man. I need to meet y'all.
Oh man,
D-Ray, who's that?
Yeah, this D-Ray, man. I'm in Atlanta too.
All right, y'all heard that. Y'all all right. There's a whole bunch of y'all down there. But go ahead, Rev, what do you think? What do you think about this whole thing with men in the church and just and we said that because Alton was on Kevin Samuels talking about dating in the church and all and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw you played that earlier. I've been listening for about the last hour and a half or so.
Okay,
on my ride
what do you
back.
think about all of that?
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, I went to a mega church here in Atlanta as well, and I saw a lot of what you guys mentioned. It's full of women and a whole bunch of homosexuals. And there's a few, men in there, and some of them, again, are running through the multiple amount of women that are in the church. And so when you ask the question of whether or not dating should be discussed, I think relationship as a whole should be discussed, because it's a part of, what it's always a reflection of what God is or not doing in our lives. The change that he's rather not bringing because we are not allowing it. It was going to reflect in our relationships, or at least how we operate in our relationships. And at the same time, if we are allowing him to work in our hearts and lives and change us, just think about it now. If you have two individuals who have received the grace of God, the forgiveness that is provided in Jesus Christ, the acceptance despite our faults and our failures, the willingness to aid and help in changing us by God, wouldn't those two individuals operate the same way with their spouse? I mean, each other? But see, the reason why in many cases divorces happen and in the relationships happen is because one or both of those parties aren't allowing God to do that work in their lives. And so I truly believe that is the main focus, that the reason why you have all these things happening in relationships and with divorce is because people aren't truly allowing themselves to be impacted by Jesus Christ. And I continue to go back. Why is that happening? Because people don't know the gospel, and they're not trusting in Jesus according to that gospel and allowing him to do that work in their lives that then will affect how they interact in their relationships. And so I think in the churches that needs to be pointed out more, as far as really helping people to understand how the change of the Lord is going to come about, what the true gospel is all about, how it is first established on forgiveness, and how our relationships with one another is first established on forgiveness and your right standing with me, not because you do everything I want you to do, not because you get it right, but because of the love that Christ has formed in me is what I want to give to you. And because that's not happening, you have all these different things happening in the church. And I'm gonna say one last thing. I ain't gonna get too deep into it, but I'm working on a book.
You working on a book? Okay, I'm gonna say, do you think some of us just go ahead and get married? Because we love married and burn. We love. You think some of us just run and get married, and we don't even really we don't even really grow spiritually or develop spiritually. We just want to get married because we want to get some cat. We want to get. You think that's what it is?
Absolutely, I think that is a very, very big part of it. Is that, again, a lot of people are in church, they're not really learning how to handle singleness. They don't know how to handle abstaining. They don't know how to do that. And so the first thing that is like, man, okay, look, this sister here, she fine, and man, we can't hold out that long. Let's go ahead and make it happen. Yeah. And next thing you know, you see that the two are not working together. And I'll be straight up with you guys. I'm a divorced man myself, and so I'm not gonna say that was the reason why, but as far as not being able to handle and getting married too soon, but it was out of a lack of oneness, unity.
How many wives you had?
Say again.
How many wives you had?
I have 2 ex-wives.
Oh, you working on your third ones, or your third one? Are you done?
No, I'm done. I'm single now. Yeah, I'm single now. Right. I just again and those I have 2 children with my first wife, and but again, in that's why I say when I talk about this, as far as what is needed and what was needed with me in understanding who I chose to connect myself with. And so and again, this isn't to puff myself up, but I wasn't out here cheating, beating folks up, or doing anything like that. But again, there wasn't a unity in Christ that happened, and therefore, again, there was a departing. Not on me. I mean, I ain't gonna say not on me, but not of my choice. Is what I'm saying. And so I think that can happen a lot of the times. And so I think that people need counsel for things like that, and people need counsel beforehand to understand the warning signs of what could happen in something like that coming to pass. And so I think it's important that we discuss and talk about things in regard to relationships and help people who are single, starting with making sure they understand what the true gospel is, and making sure that they understand that you can't expect somebody to get better as far as getting the gospel and growing. You need to make sure that they are solidly founded on the rock. Amen. Right now. You can't hope that happens over time. And if you'll do that, then again, you can be sure that where you guys are going to go is where God wants you to go.
Amen. I think that's good. That's good advice. I think a lot of times we want to get on, especially with our sisters and stuff. They got I'm going to save him mentality. He going to get better. And y'all got hopes for a brother. Y'all are finding a brother and got hopes for him, want to clean him up and do all this other stuff. He ain't finna clean up. He finna be ignorant as he been. But y'all got hopes. Come on. That's the Charlene right there. Grace and peace. Come to the microphone and then let me hear what Roger. Let me hear Roger dump this Bible on us. Come on, sis. Let's see what your microphone sound like. You on mute. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everybody. I have a question that I wanted to see or get you guys input. I haven't really listened to the whole show, but some of the stuff was definitely interesting. But I have a question about Christian people being married and women having kids and then going through postpartum. I feel like the church really doesn't support postpartum as being something real, and I feel like that's something that really does play a part in any type of marriage, because once you have a child, it just changes everything in the marriage, and I don't think that the church really supports postpartum.
And I'm from a Pentecostal circle. We definitely don't. I can admit it. There's a lot of stuff we don't. Is that Roger? Who's involved in the clinical? Who does that work? That's Roger. Hold on a second. What are your thoughts? Or anybody? Roger, that's what you do on the regular, correct? You're muted. You know that, right?
Are you asking me to speak?
Yeah, all right. Well, somebody else go. Yeah, Roger just came back, and he's a little.
Well, my wife definitely experienced it. I'm sure Sister E experienced it, and I I'm
I had
pretty
a child,
sure.
so yeah,
Yeah.
postpartum is something that we have to talk about. In fact, I know someone who she went through postpartum, and I think she lived in Atlanta. I think she lived in Atlanta, but she was a family member that we knew. She went through postpartum, and ultimately she ended up killing herself. People don't understand the emotional roller coasters of after having a child. I think it takes not just support from your church, but it takes support from your family, because it is a major transition. I went from being a single within a year. I went from being single not single, but in college, living my life at 25 years old, doing whatever I wanted to do, to being a wife and then having a child within a year span. And it's not just the child, it's just life has changed totally. And
Yeah,
the
that happened
part,
to the lady in my church. Yeah,
yep,
same exact thing.
yep.
But
And
like he said, some of the churches don't believe in it. So if the church don't
Not at
believe in it,
all.
you have members who's going there that's not supporting it. I think that can be an issue when it comes to the marriage.
Do y'all think that's a spirit or something chemically? Is something in some type of imbalance or something that actually takes on place in the body that changes? Like your body changes, you get stressed
your
Some
out.
body
churches
does
think
change.
that it's a
You think it's something
demon.
that
Some
happens
people
in your
think it's a
mind or
bad
your blood?
spirit.
I think
Somebody just said some crazy. Postpartum is for people that aren't fit to be parents. I'm a very good parent.
Wow.
I think
that offends me.
That does,
no.
because I went through postpartum, and it's just a matter
I
of your
did too.
hormones. Your
Yeah.
hormones are adjusting to not having that child in you anymore. So I'm
Well,
Sister
then,
E, Sister E,
go ahead.
just real quick, yeah. So my wife and other women in the church and family members are going through that. It's a chemical thing. It's a body. It's a physical thing. It has nothing, as far as I know, has nothing to do with spirits. But to answer the young lady's question, I think that the church could support a group of mothers, so to speak, experienced mothers who are good leaders, so to speak, who are in good right standing, who could help younger women, like they talk about in the Bible. Paul talked about the older women helping the younger women, help them through that, because they can identify it quicker than a man can. Like, I had no clue what my wife was going through,
But
and
don't
she
you
didn't.
think that y'all would need that support too, though? If you're not educated on it, and then the women are getting help in the church, there should be men ministry too, to be like, hey, I went through this too, and this is something that my husband,
Especially
he
for
could
men,
tell
yeah.
you
We'll try to act like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, my husband could tell you that I'm pretty sure it took a toll on him too, because it was something that he never experienced.
But then I think that after a sister or an older woman help you identify what's really, because you probably didn't even know what was going on with you. If I'm not making any assumptions, because my wife didn't know what was going on with her at the time.
Yeah, it was something that I was just like, dang, this is weird.
I think once somebody help you identify that, then yeah, they can help you through that process. But as far as your husband, you could either bring him with you in your talk sessions with the sisters, or you guys can go get professional help. Professional counseling, either one. But yeah, you can help you to help your husband to understand what you're dealing with, and I think that would be helpful. I don't know if many churches want to do that as a quote unquote ministry, but I call it a mother's ministry, because you got mothers in the church. They call them, that are already doing things, and that could be something that they can also help out with, in my opinion.
And I think it's good. I did this when I had my daughter. I lived with my mom, actually, was in a transition of buying a house, but the first 3 months of my daughter being here, I lived with my mother to help me understand what it means to take care of a child, because you're talking about a major transition in my life. And I looked to the older women to help me. And a part of that helping me do the motherly skills, it was also emotional support for me, because people don't understand. And when people make comments, they don't really understand unless they've had children.
Amen.
It is a hormone change where your hormones were doing a certain thing while you were carrying the baby, and then all of a sudden this baby is out of your body, and then it takes you through an emotional toll. And it wasn't as severe on me, but I knew something was different where I just couldn't get it together. Then, not to mention the lack of sleep you're gonna get.
Amen.
That lack of sleep pays a major toll. That's why it's good. I do tell women that have never taken care of a child, if they have a supportive mother, spend as much time with her as possible if you don't live with her. Because I lived with mine for 3 months because I didn't know what to do. And she walked me through it. So by the time I got to where I needed to be by myself with my daughter, I knew what to do. So some women, you gotta lean on the older, the wiser ones to show you. Because not only did I have my mom, I had my older aunts to come in and say, baby, don't do that. That baby got colic. Go do this. Go do that. You need that. So I think it's just your hormones, lack of sleep. Then you got somebody screaming at the top of their lungs. You can't figure out what's going on. It's a bunch going on when you first have your child. So I think the church can support you, but your family has to be a strong support system as well.
But if it's one thing, I think a lot of us have done in the church. Thank you, G, in the super chat. I think a lot of what we've done in the church sometimes that I'm not scared to say right now, if it's something, we try to make everything spiritual. Some things are just chemically induced, and some things are mental. I tell people, I have no problem with telling people, go seek professional help. These church folk are run around here with a rock tie and not know what they talking about and just lead you into more depression. Mess your whole mind up and mess your family up listening to these church folk. The pastor don't know everything. He don't have a CPA, and he's a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and everything too. And we have options now. It's totally different. We have options now, and we don't have to listen to everything that just the pastor say just because he's the pastor. You don't know everything. You don't know about buying a house, building a house, cleaning up there. You don't know about student loan. You don't know about certain things. You just don't know it. And a lot of times we've been taking advice from people they just haven't been qualified. They haven't been qualified at all, but we just respect them because they're in the church. And I'm glad that God's opening up doors now that other people are saying, well, listen, there is a need for this. There's a need for that, and we haven't been seeing it. But I thank God that we're seeing it right now. But don't be ashamed to go get any help. Just like if you would want to go to the hospital for anything else, if you got a knee ache or backache or whatever, some type of pain, to go to the hospital, get that help. I tell people, if you got some thoughts, some things that you're dealing with, it's okay to pray about it and deal with the church folk. And if they have wisdom and they see that, listen, this thing it's spiritual, but there's something else that could be going on with her, or listen, maybe we can make some phone calls for you. And I think that should be a regular part of what we do in the body of Christ. What do you think, Pastor Jason?
I was going to say this. I totally agree with understanding in regard to postpartum that it is definitely a chemical thing, that it is chemical and it affects women's emotions and how they feel. And I definitely think that those that are pregnant, the women that are pregnant, those that just have babies, and even, sometime after the babies, there is a lot of help and love and support that we need to have for our sisters that go through that. And so I definitely believe, again, it's a chemical thing, but I think also as well, and I do think the church can help with this in regard to this. And again, this is just me, more so than professional help, because I think that if we really understand the gospel, we understand the renewing of the mind that the gospel brings, we understand the effect that the renewed mind has on the emotions and the feelings that we have and how they cause us to respond and act particular ways. I think as well, we need to flood our sisters with the truth of the gospel so that their minds are renewed, so that they're not, because in many cases, I think if we understand, a lot of our emotions stem from our thinking at a given time, the focus of our minds and how we see at any given time. Our emotions are stirred up by that. And a lot of times the chemical part of it is that it causes it to be even stronger. That's what you have, like they talk about people that are bipolar. They have a chemical imbalance. The chemicals push them in this particular direction to be manicky, or it pushes them in a direction to be depressed. And the chemicals that are formed in them are extremely strong. But in many cases as well, it's their mind and their thinking that causes those chemicals to push them strongly to respond the way that they're responding. And so I'm just saying that to say that, yes, it is very much a chemical thing, but as well, we need to make sure that we're helping the sisters understand that their minds need to be renewed. So that, because again, God is the author of the one of your body. He knows your body, and he can do a work in you to affect your emotions and affect how you feel, how you do. And so just a chemical imbalance isn't something that he can't handle, is what I'm saying. So I'm not taking anything away from the chemical imbalance, but I am saying that in the word of God, when we talk about behavior is the byproduct of feelings and emotions. And when we talk about the whole aspect of postpartum, that's chemicals causing feelings and emotions that cause them to be depressed in some cases, cause them to be angry in some cases. And all I'm saying is that yes, with the chemical, that's a part, but also we need to understand from God's standpoint, we need to make sure we help them in their minds and in their thinking to make sure they see through the lens of Jesus Christ, so that can help subside some of that. Not again taking away anything from the chemical aspect of it, though.
But you know what? Some cases, it leads to, when you see most divorces, most of the time is during that time period.
Absolutely.
Most parties can handle that point of that free-minded. You're talking about people that were possibly in relationships that before the child, that woman thought one way. Once she has a child, it changes
everything.
And your whole, you ain't that free thinking out here when you go out, even when you go out. Because I remember when I first went out, right after I had Madison, she's 19 now, but right after I had her and I went out and she was with a babysitter, I was panicked the whole time. And I couldn't, and I wanted the date to be over just as quick as it started because I was trying to get back to her. It's a process. And I don't think the counseling need just has to be with the women. It's an adjustment for the man because he's looking at that. Wait, that's not the woman. And it's not even about a physical thing, but it's just that ain't the same woman I used to date. What is going on with her?
The changes are real.
Yes, and they can't take it. And that's when you see sometimes the other party step out because they're looking for that same person and not adjusting to that person that she is now. So
Maria, what does this question? What does this question mean? I don't understand this comment here on the screen.
I agree. Let me see what it say. Hold on, come on, keep jumping. Come to the microphone.
What's going on?
But I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Roger? I think Roger said that he's kind of in that field too, if I remember.
Yeah, I'm back.
I just want to expound on the point that you touched on about when you're talking about things such as counseling and whatnot, because I'm in the camp of where everyone who wants to put things on the pastor, I'm very leery of that, and that's why I'm thankful that we have the opportunity in my church to have a whole department for biblical counseling, because that is key, and along with that, we have a whole bunch of care ministries that help deal with different things. We help deal with loss. We help deal with divorces and other things within that, because the pastor's main job is to preach the gospel.
Come on.
I mean, because if we look in Acts, we see with the formation of the first deacons, because guess what? Some things, he got to do what he has to do, which is to preach the gospel. Now, a lot of things that happen to our bodies, whether physically or chemical imbalance, we often forget that we are in a fallen state in this body. So there are things that are going to occur. And the thing is that, some of it's chemical imbalance due to that, and there are other things. But with that being said, I would be forthcoming and say this right here, that when people are dealing with mental issues, I take it as a personal offense when you just tell that person to go pray.
Yeah.
I take it as an offense because to me that shows the ignorance of that individual, because you don't fully understand, everything that's going on. You don't understand that spiritual warfare is real, and you don't understand that the Lord has granted people certain gifts to help them and walk with them to deal with the issues that they may have. And I thank God for the men and women who are in our biblical counseling. They all went to seminary in biblical counseling, and overall we do a great job. And we offer that to this entire city of Memphis
That's
free of
excellent.
charge.
Excellent.
Amen.
Excellent. That's
Amen.
You
what I'm
know,
talking about.
and so that's the thing that you got to do. I mean, yeah, it's nothing wrong with prayer. I mean, that's absolute. That's our first communication with God. But the thing is that we also have to look at the people who He has gifted in order to assist us in our walk that we deal with daily, especially as we look at this walk of sanctification. So that's my 2 cents for tonight. I just got back home from strength and conditioning my boys, so I think I'm gonna rest for a while.
Thank you, brother. We
You ain't got no
appreciate
boys
that.
in them sports, do you?
Oh
Huh?
no. Hopefully he missed that
You ain't
part
got no
right
boys
there.
in them sports, do you?
I strength train my local high school. That way I strength train them and I get the gospel in them.
All right.
Nah, I was
Amen.
just playing
All right. All
cause
right.
Jay was
All
on
right.
earlier about
Hey,
that.
hey, he can say what he want, but you know, I'm seeing not only physical changes in these boys, but I'm also seeing spiritual changes. So
Amen. That's what it's all
Amen.
about.
That's more of
if
our
sport
people.
allows for me to do that,
Amen.
to preach the gospel by that means, then so be it.
Ah,
Come on, he going somewhere with that. And so many people, so many churches, they want to open up centers to get the kids off the street. I think we gotta have more wisdom with a lot of what we're doing. All right, did Roger say something on that? If you
No,
like,
not yet.
if you like, go ahead. You got it, brother.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I agree with what he said. You know, as a mental health professional, you know, you do want to go get that help, and you do want to talk to somebody. You know, as a believer as well, you know, there's a difference between spiritual warfare and then mental health issues, and you know, and there is a very clear difference between them both, and I've seen them. And you know, prayer is, you know, it's good, but you also want to, you know, seek, you know, something else to, you know, see, you know, clear yourself of everything else. If it is spiritual, you fight it spiritually. But if it's not, you got to go handle it mentally. But, you know, I wanted to clear up what I was saying on, you know, how sometimes marriage can be you can idolize marriage. I wasn't saying that marriage is bad at all. What I was saying was sometimes it can become your only focus, that it can be so toxic. You just want to get married. You have no idea what it takes to be married. And that is a danger for our young people, because then you get into something, you have no idea what love is, you have no idea what it looks like. And you know, in our church we need examples, and I think that, you know, the church can offer more than just you know, to prayer with or whatever. They can offer an example even to, you know, someone who's dealing with postpartum depression. They can offer love to you, they can offer whatever else to you. If you need something, the church is there to do so. So that's all I kind of wanted to clear up, you know, especially what I said from, you know, last.
You think because of sin and stuff, we push our young people to want to get married?
I think the culture nowadays pushes marriage on us. Like Kevin Samuels, the reason why I disagree with him is because he's pushing a narrative that is so toxic to our young men. It's a lot of young men following that. Our community, our black community, is, we follow trends or whatever. We're following a trend that, oh, everyone is getting married, I want to get married, or we follow this or we follow that. The media pushes things on us. Like, you know, little girls, you know, you can ask them, what do you want to do when you get older? And you know, they want to be a princess, they want to get married, they want to do this, they want to do that. Their main focus isn't necessarily, you know, being whole, you know, finding, you know, it's hard to explain, but sometimes their focus is on that. And that can be very toxic.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. It's open. The mic open.
I don't think that it's a trend right now to get married. I think it's a total opposite. I do photography full time,
Yeah.
and people not get married like they used to anymore. I think that society has it to where girls see Cardi B and these rappers and this IG thing to where they feel as though they are more valuable being half naked and doing TikToks all day with a side person. Like, marriage is the last thing that they think about. They think about
Yeah.
YouTube channels, and marriage
Wow.
is like, it's not like how it used to be. Now, a divorce is okay. I'm gonna try him. I'm gonna sample him out, and if it don't work, I'm just going to the divorce court, and I'll give you another one. They really have that mentality. This whole TikTok, YouTube, and this music that they putting out. Marriage is not cool. When you married, they just like, oh, Oh, so you get married, you for real now? Like
You messing
it's
yourself
totally
up getting
different.
married.
But I'm talking about the church. I know a lot of church women who are in the church who that's all they see. They go to church, they wear the hats, they wear the looks, they wear the dress. They're looking for a husband. You're not going to church looking for a husband. And the world is, following the trend of Kevin Samuels, Cardi B, whatever. They're following that trend. But I'm talking about within the church, there is a idolization of marriage where they're doing everything possible to find a husband. And what does Paul say on that?
What's a big married and burned, or what you saying is good?
No, I'm saying there is a purpose for singleness.
If you're single, you're gonna serve. You better serve the Lord. You got more time, dedication to serve the Lord.
Exactly. And so he says, like, being married is good. It's a good thing, but that should not be your first thing.
I think that a lot of churches, I know when I'm growing up, I was a preacher child, and I felt like the churches kind of like forced marriage. If they seen two young people together, they did this like dating thing where they're just like, oh, you guys look good together.
Because
You
they
guys
know
want
they're
to get
gonna
married?
get together and do something. So they just force it.
Yeah. And then when they get divorced, they're just like, oh, well, we thought y'all was equally yoked. And they were so opposite. I witnessed it.
I was in that situation though. Even though I met my ex-husband in church and we both went to the same school, we went to the same college, but I actually met him in church. And everybody was like, y'all make such a beautiful couple. I had people coming up to us when we got married, like, I wish I had a marriage like y'all. And I was like, no, you don't.
How long your marriage last?
My marriage lasted until when I divorced, my daughter was like 5. So I was married for like 5 years, but we had dated for like 2 years, and everybody was like pushing it. Even the parents was like, y'all would just make a beautiful couple, and didn't realize that we was oil and water. We'd be in church and they just be like, we wish we had a marriage like y'all. And I'd be like, well, we just got through fist fighting in the car, but okay, you want this, you can have it. I mean, but the thing is, the marriage is just, they pushing it, and don't realize that other person may have a mental illness, which is driving the other person crazy. I didn't have the mental illness though, so.
And not only would they push it, they want you to have a baby right after you get married.
Oh yes, I was the one that had the baby right after the marriage. Everybody.
I think Sister E just hit on something as far as being equally yoked is concerned. A lot of us have been taught that being equally yoked is just spiritual matters.
No, not at all.
But it's more than that. It's more than that.
Is.
It's like interests, and then when you're talking about finances, what are your plans for the future? What would you like to do going forward? How many kids you want? Do you like building business, or you just want to work a job? Not that there's anything wrong with working a job, but these are things that they need to talk about. I like movies. I like sports. I like, this is just what I like. Now you don't have to like them, but can you deal with that? She may like going. She might like to go skating. I ain't been skating in a long time, but I like skating too. But I'm just saying these are things that that couples should talk about. But these are things that should come out in premarital counseling. I know that Alton was kind of on that, but I think it's a good thing. I think premarital counseling is a good thing, and I also think that preparing for a husband and a wife, being mentored by a successful married couple who's happily married, being mentored by them is a good thing, because that helps you, and they can hold you accountable if they're allowed to hold you accountable.
But do
your walk.
you actually think that they will sit there and tell them that they're not equally yoked? Like they don't think it's a good idea that they should get married? Like, do you think a preacher or somebody in leadership could honestly say, I don't think this is the good fit for you two?
Well, I don't think a preacher should say that. I think that a relationship they have with a couple, or some people who have successful marriages in the church, somebody that they can build a relationship with, someone that they can build a rapport with, and someone they can submit to, so to speak, someone they can be accountable to, and then they can say, we want to learn. I want to be a good husband. She wants to be a good wife. We want to, for the next 6 months, however long, whenever they're going to get married, we want to learn from you guys. And wherever we offer, we need some redirection, you know, because it ain't just all spiritual. There's some practical stuff in there too that they may be able to help them with.
I have a question.
Right. So
Something. Go ahead, Alton. Go ahead. Go.
no. I was gonna say, and you know, like I said before, and I know you wasn't alluded to this, Pastor, but that's why, like, usually when marriage counseling is taking place in the church, it's usually the couple going to the pastor. But just like, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, Miss, but just like the young lady just alluded to,
Charlie.
will a pastor, you know, sit down and honestly tell a couple, hey, I don't think that you guys are a good fit. Maybe there's some things that you guys got to work out before you actually consider being married to each other, you know. And if the pastor is not willing to do that, or if a pastor shouldn't be put in that position, this is why I'm just like, you know, when it comes to biblical counseling, I think it just depends on each person's, you know, situation. But like I said, I don't downplay it, but you know, but again, for me, I'm not saying that it should be required, but I think it is wise. I do really think it is wise.
And a lot of pastors won't even marry you unless they counseled you or somebody on their team counseled you for a matter of months. And I think that I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that that's okay. Some people, I know a lot of bishops, that's their rule. If I haven't counseled you or one of my elders haven't counseled you for a matter of 6 months, we're not just going to go run and just get married just because you're pregnant or you would eat or whatever. You know, and they're just not going to do it. Anybody else?
I think it's easier to get counseling when you're doing your first marriage. Hello, there go my buddy. I think the hardest part of it, when you first get married, it's easy to get counseling. It's those that have been divorced that you don't get that counseling.
You talking about for the second time?
When you get, not even when you get the second counseling, but getting some form of counseling after people dissolve a marriage. And because the church does not want to deal with that part of it. They love the first part, which is the marriage counseling and the wedding and the
Oh, you talking about after it fall apart?
After it fall apart.
Oh no, we won't put that on the road.
Oh
You
yeah.
gonna be left
The
by
bishop had to
yourself.
tell that other lady. The bishop told that other lady, "You got to go. Both of y'all can't be here and be divorced." And they picked up. They said, "You got to get them out of here."
Yep. Yep. You have no counseling. You left.
Why
to
do you
be
think?
alone.
Now, why do you think that is?
Because it's that taboo in the church. It's not a taboo anymore, but at one time it was a taboo. And really, they just don't. I don't think the church even don't know what to do with it. I think when that's what happens when you get people that go from a marriage and then go into the next marriage. They haven't healed from the first marriage.
Yeah.
And they hopping from one
it's
to the
a
next.
stigma. It's a stigma on the churches because they feel as though they did something wrong and they didn't help you enough. So now they feeling bad, and it's just like, well, you on your own now. And that's why people leave the
And
church.
notice when the bishop get married and the bishop get divorced and all of that, y'all ain't in his business. Y'all ain't in his business. He ain't when he get ready to get divorced, it just happened, and it ain't a little bit of information is out there. Everybody's get put on silent mode, and everybody's told not to say a word. When he get ready to get married, most of the time it ain't from a woman from that congregation. He just go ahead and get married. Y'all got a new first lady, and she just come around bossing everybody. We don't know where she came from, but this is just reality. This is just what it is.
There go my brother. I ain't seen him in a long time. Congrats.
So what are you? All right. What else?
You're right. You're right, Berean. I know some bishops, quote unquote bishops, and high profile pastors here in the St. Louis area that have done some wicked things like that, cheated on their wives, messed around with their family members, and then end up getting divorced and then marry a relative, and some old crazy stuff. And then this is one bishop. I ain't gonna mention his name, but he was horrible, man. And he came to our church one time, and I was really upset with the pastor for letting him get up there, because he came to our church and he was talking down. He was talking down to the men, talking about bragging about how much money he's got and how he do this and that for his wife, and of course off the donations that the church give him, right? And how he buys his wife furs and cars, and and we ain't stepping up. We need to step up our game, and blah blah blah. Just talking down to us, man. And I was like, man, and there's one that long after that dude got caught up in the scandal, and yeah, I saw it coming. I saw it coming. He got
high value man. He was a high value man.
Yeah.
Kevin, he the one who was on Kevin there. You got to keep an eye on Alton.
You looking like Kevin Simons tonight.
And my brother called me one time. My brother say, "Hey man, I'm going over to so and so's church. You come?" I'm saying, "Man, I wouldn't send the devil over there. Why I'm gonna go in there?"
Read the Pastor Jay. Read the screen. What are your thoughts?
Read the screen. If non-Christians can have a successful marriage, then why can't Black American Christians? What are they doing that we're not doing? Well, first off, non-Christians aren't having successful marriages either.
Thank you.
And a true
equal. We're on the same level with divorce.
Exactly. We are equal. And that's the case. And as far as I believe the percentages, as far as what I believe, they say the percentages are. I honestly don't know, but from what I've heard as far as the percentages, that it is about even. And so I don't think that it's as if that's my point, non-Christians aren't having better marriages than Christians. And at the same time, I don't believe a non-Christian can have a successful marriage, because a true successful marriage is a representation of Christ and the church and those individuals operating that way. Two people can get together and stay together forever. And that means nothing to God in regard to what true marriage is. And so I think sometimes we go and we look at people who are not saved, and because they've been together for a long time, we assume that they have a successful marriage. See, I don't believe that we should go to them for counsel, even though I don't care if they've been married 50, 60 years. And if that marriage isn't, again, or representation of what God says marriage is to be done, and how he said in Ephesians chapter 5, as far as the husband loving his wife in a self-sacrificial way as Christ did the church, and that wife submitting herself to that husband and presenting herself. That is something I believe can only truly be done in Christ, where
now,
it is
how
truly.
does it look like? Talk about some of that right there. The wife submitting herself. You know, I'm gonna jump to that part, Alton. I'm ignorant. Talk about that part. What that look like right there.
Well, he gives it and shows that it is exactly how Christ and the church works. How Christ and the church works. And he shows that what Christ was self-sacrificial in him coming, dying, being buried, being raised from the dead, being whipped, and taking all of that without focusing on himself, but he was focusing on what he was going to do for his bride. And so that's the self-sacrificial stance that he's saying men should have, husbands should have, to where now, where we are naturally, from a natural standpoint, if we're honest, in our carnality, we are more self-gratifying individuals. This is why we have issues with pornography, with sleeping with women, and getting lazy and not doing things, because we are self-gratifiers. And so when we look at that woman, it's about the focus is me. How can I be gratified by this woman? When Christ is saying, no, you're focusing on what can I do to bless, help, and aid in that woman being developed and growing in the Lord. That should be my focus, where I'm not even focused on what she's supposed to do for me. I'm focused on how I can bless her. And then that woman, in the same way with us as the church and Christ, we present ourselves to him and say, well, what you want to do in and through me, I want to use it for your glory. And that's what, again, a submission of a wife is, where she's saying with him, if he is the one who is the breadwinner and doing the things, I'm saying that as a woman, I'm going, whatever it is, who I am presenting it to you for your benefit. And that goes against the carnality of women, where it's about me, make me feel like I'm this, lift me up, exalt me. When again, the submission is, no, it ain't about me. I'm presenting myself to you for your benefit. I'm the carrier where your seed is going to come forth in this earth. I'm the one, again, that makes the house a home for you. And so in both cases, it's a self sacrifice.
Amen.
It's neither one is focusing on the other. So it's not the submission. I know a lot of women can be scared of that. It's not a submission of, well, you got to do everything he say. And again, this is why I go back to, again, what did Christ do? It's not about him saying, okay, you got to make sure you do this and that. No, he came first to say, I'm going to be the sacrifice for you. So that's what that Ephesians 5 scripture is. And that's what's not happening in the church. And that's why we have such a divorce rate and all of that going on in the church, is because you have people now who are self-focused. And now this is the thing, they're self-focused, and this person is going to do for me. And not only is that person going to do for me, but God is going to make sure they do for me. God is the one who.
But we better stay off of Instagram then. We better stay off of TikTok then, because some of that spirit of that attitude and that behavior have leaked over. Or is it kind of the style of the preaching that, because we're not, a lot of us ain't talking about that submission stuff too much.
Absolutely.
A lot of us ain't talking about that submission stuff too much.
Absolutely. It's on TikTok, it's on Instagram, and it's in the pulpit of many of these churches as well. A lot of people are preaching this self-focused marriage is all about you, what you can get out the deal. Make sure you're focused on, sisters have this list of all this stuff he's supposed to be. And then men, you know what, make sure you know she this and she gonna take care of you like this, and she can do, because you know you got plenty of other that's gonna throw that thing at you.
Come on.
I'm sorry, I ain't mean to get go down.
Come on, no, we'll keep it a buck.
Man,
come on.
You know, especially you in the church, you a man of God.
Come on,
Lord.
shut your mouth.
And them they gonna throw it at you. Hold on now. And so you have to be at a place. I'm serious. I'm serious. And I believe that's why Paul oftentimes warning people of being novice before they become elders. Why? Because you get put in that position. You just don't know how so many women will look at you.
Yeah.
Like you just got on gold-plated drawers or something.
Yeah.
Kareem pulled it out. I'm sorry.
Kareem started. Kareem, I'm blaming.
But I'm saying, you be seeing some of these pastors, they be ugly as I don't know what, but they be having these sisters, they be sleeping with.
If it wasn't for that position. That's right. Come on.
Man, they be having them sisters that they could easily get something. They are viewed as what Kevin Samuel called the high value man. They're viewed as a high value man, and all these women be throwing that thing at you. And if you're not a person who is now more focused on loving your wife instead of what she's supposed to do for you when she does have postpartum and has some other issues, now all of a sudden you're gonna have these women throwing that thing at you, and now you're gonna go and lean over and be drawn because you're not focused on loving your wife. I'm sorry, I ain't mean to keep going,
So
y'all.
let's go back to that submission though real quick before we go, because me and my wife, we had did a little thing about that a while ago. And if you do understand that submission, that word is really omitted, it's really not there. But if you look in the interlinear, it's not there. But there is a word there that describes to make something personal. So when he say husbands, and wives submit, but it's not really submit, is make it personal. And when I consider that, I will think of it like a exercise regimen, right? Somebody can give you a diet, somebody can give you an exercise regimen, but you have to apply it to yourself so that it works best for you, because it has to be specially catered to you, right? Like your weight, your body build, your height, your age, everything in that regimen have to be specific, dedicated to you. So when you're making something personal in your marriage, and then again, it's referring to God, or God giving us this command as it is, as he laid his life down for the church, blah, blah, blah. You're taking what Christ did for the church and you're applying that, or you're making it applicable to your marriage. You're making it personal. So therefore, the husband and the wife, because they both were commanded to love, and you do these things to each other, making it personal. There's a little one again. So that's why when a husband and a wife understand how to make the love of God personal in their lives, not talking about what everybody else doing, not worried about social media, not worried about other influences, but when you make the love of God of your life personal, then your marriage will be all right.
I totally agree with you, brother. And I think that, again, this is why I go back to it is you being able to love your spouse as a husband, your wife, the way Christ loved the church. You have to.
As
Oh,
a woman, though, the
oh,
word submit to me, you got to be careful with that word because it sound bad. That's just my opinion. It sounds like a slavery term, like you a slave. That's just me personally. And you don't know what a woman been through. If she been abused in any type of way, that word submit just seems like control in a sense. But I will tell you this, as a woman, as long as the man lead, she will follow him wherever he go.
Yes, will follow
That
you.
part.
You know what? And she
What's
said
the
something
thing
to
you're
the
talking about? She get ready to
now.
hold in it.
I know. I believe in that. I believe that if you have a good, solid man in your life,
All right, listen, y'all. She using
submission
words that
ain't
she's a good and solid, not just anybody, not
submission is
just
not an
following any
issue.
fool.
Submission isn't a problem. A man that's willing, I know submission is not a problem if you got someone in your life that is solid. And if you got some person who's using or utilizing it and abusing it, that's one conversation. But if you got a loving individual that is supportive of you, submission is never a problem. My father being who he is, and my mom don't have a problem with when my dad makes a decision, it goes. But he's not making a decision out of I'm the man. He may see something that you can't quite see, but on the other end, I may come to him about something. He'll be like, I can't answer that question. Go talk to your mama. That's just how it's a partnership, as well as he being the one that is considered to be the head that's going to be held accountable.
Amen.
But in that accountability, and I guess I'm learning because before you can get in any marriage, you have to heal and figure out and reset what happened. What did I not understand? And one of the things I did not understand was the concept of me and someone abusing it, being submissive, and then someone who's using that as a way of saying that you got to do what I got to do, what I want you to do. And me being as strong-willed as I am, there's a point in which I'm just like, no, you're not going to do this. But you got to heal before you go into your marriage. Whereas when you go into your next marriage, you're not going to take your baggage with you. And submission won't be a problem. So,
oh, go ahead. Was that somebody said? Okay, that was me. So, okay, y'all. I'll say this. I disagree a little bit. And I just want to say this. I don't believe that as many people present and think, oh, if a man is the right man, a woman will submit. No, that's not the case. It depends on, again, the healing of that woman and being able to. If we think about it, Jesus is the absolute best husband in the world. And many within the body of Christ are not submitting themselves to him, although he's the best husband. So we can't say that it's the man has to be this. Now again, that does not discount the fact that the man should be that. But I'm saying that a lot of times women use that as an excuse, so that if they don't submit, oh, it was his fault. It was because he didn't do this or do that. And I see that a lot. And so all I'm saying is that that's not 100% the case. And I think it's on both sides. Women have an issue and struggle with what submission is, and men have an issue with what they are called to be in regard to the head. On both ends, both people have issues, and that's where a lot of the problems come in marriages, and both need to be healed. Men need to understand what being the head is, that it's not you ruling and reigning and conquering your woman. It means, as just what we read, a self-sacrifice. That's what, again, the head is being the head is all about. That's what Jesus is all about. I do what I do for my wife, not to get this from her, not she's supposed to do this. But again, a lot of men don't think that, and women as well, because of the hurt, the pain, the things that they have been used. They have an issue with submitting themselves to their husband, because I'm going to be used. Maybe I'm going to do more than him, and now I'm not getting out the deal what I need to get. And so there's an unwillingness to submit. And so I think in both cases, both need to heal so that they can operate in what God has called them to. But I don't think if it's guaranteed It's just like saying if a man is the head, he's supposed, or a woman is submitted the way she's supposed to be, that man gonna be the head he's supposed to be. No, and
That's
vice
true.
versa. It doesn't work. So it has to be both of them with their independent relationship with the Lord, operating in exactly what God has called them to be in the relationship, and it can't be dependent upon the other person. It can't be.
That's right.
I'm finna give you an offering.
Well, bless you. I appreciate now.
Don't give him no offer, because then he might say, my. No, just joking.
My.
I knew
Jesus. I give you a Jesus with it too.
I'm telling y'all, when they started that Johnny Gill last night, I was done. I said, I'm done. I don't know. We can't help it. Now, is there anything else you would like to hit on? Did you think you missed anything last night, Pastor?
No, I mean, I think that there was a lot, but again, I know, we're on the relationship thing now and all, I still believe that in regard to the gospel, that's so needed. And I think that everything that we talked about in regard to relationships stems from that. I continue to go back to that again, it is about us being impacted by the Lord. That's going to cause us to operate in the relationship the way that we are called to operate. And that relationship with the Lord has to be there first. And I believe that there is healing, that there's renewing, that there's change within any of us to cause us to be what we need to be in our relationships. But we need to make sure that we first are allowing that to happen, and that we need to make sure as well in regard to the spouse or the person that we're choosing to connect themselves with, that again, they as well have a relationship where they are being impacted and they're not relying on you. They're not saying, if you do this, I'll do that. No, I'm called to do what I'm called to do by God, and he's the one that's going to do it. I submit to my husband as unto Christ, is what the scripture says. The husband is to sacrifice himself for his wife as unto Christ, not because she the best thing in the world, she doing everything right, not because of any of that. And only the gospel can impact our hearts in that way. Only the gospel can do that. And so, and only the Holy Spirit can cause that to come to pass. And so we have to get back to that. That's what's going to heal marriages. That's what's going to cause the divorce rate to go down. That's what's going to, again, cause people in their singleness to operate in their singleness well. And that's also going to cause for people to come together and operate properly with one another until they get to the point of marriage and operate in that marriage properly, is the gospel. That's why I keep going back to that it has to be about Jesus. Both hearts have to be consumed with Jesus and not themselves. They can't go into the marriage with, this is what I'm supposed to get out the deal. And that's the problem. It has to be, this is what the Lord, I am so fulfilled in the Lord that I can give in my marriage. And I can forgive, again, as you grow, as you learn. And I don't have all these expectations that you're supposed to be this, but I am focused on helping and aiding you to grow and just appreciating everything that you are bringing to my life.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
On pray, close us out.
Oh, my, I got an amen from sister. Yay. My.
Now we going somewhere. Come on.
My, we getting there, baby. We getting there.
Come on, you got it.
Oh man. But I did want to touch on, I know you had put up there for a quick second about the whole divorce thing. And somebody said something about.
Oh yeah, somebody. Who was that? Somebody asked. Oh man, that was a good. Somebody asked.
Somebody said is remarriage a sin?
Yes, correct. Yes, correct.
And that was after my first marriage. That was something I definitely looked at and studied out and all. And 1 Corinthians chapter 7 talks about that if it is a case where, again, you through your own stubbornness, pride, and have destroyed your marriage. And again, and you refuse through your pride and stubbornness to fix and repair your marriage while it was still, again, possible. Again, then you, as Paul said, don't get remarried. You need to, again, reconcile with your spouse. If that spouse departed and just left and they just chose to not reconcile themselves, you are free in that regard. And so meaning you are free to be able to go and get married. And that was something I had to study on specifically because I know I'm a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And where it talks about the bishop, husband of one wife, I had to study all of that out and look at that and make sure again that I was all right in the direction that I was going and all. And so no, I again, this isn't a full study on it, but no, it's not. Again, it's two people. You got to remember that it is two people in a marriage. You cannot control what that other person does. God isn't going to force that other person to do what they need to do as well. It's about you and whether or not you'll submit to God and you say, God, I want what you can do in my life so that I can operate properly in my marriage. Even if I made mistakes and I did some things, I can again submit myself and say, Lord, I made some mistakes. How can I reconcile this? Okay, it's too late. All right, well, the Lord will free you at that point, I believe, and so, but it's not a matter of people make that the one of the 7 deadly sins.
And all that's right.
When people have fornicated and slept with somebody, multiple people, that's almost like marriage. The only difference is you just didn't choose to sign the papers.
With them, yeah.
And so, but people act like, okay, just because you signed the papers, that locks it up. Okay, ain't nothing can happen. You sealed in, and again, you are sealed in from your standpoint to make sure you do what you need to do. But if that person chooses to depart and leave, you are at that point you are free, is what Paul said in 1 Corinthians 7. So again, no, and that's for anybody out there who has been divorced or anything like that. If you messed up your marriage and there's opportunity, go and repair, go and fix it, go and do what you can to make it work. But if that person again left themselves, or if that person has moved on, got married or whatever, and you can't repair that, you are free at that point. If you truly turn to the Lord and humble yourself before him, recognize the error of your ways and what you were doing, and then at that point again, you're free at that point.
Let me bring up one last thing before we get out of here, because a lot of people, and people that I respect, a sister brought something up about marriage. A lot of people say that marriage is the contract with the government, and all you need to do is, maybe y'all could speak on this, all you need to do is get before a preacher, get before a pastor, pray with people that you trust, multiple witnesses, and you don't need a marriage license. You don't need a piece of paper from the government. That's the government. All you got to do is go and pray. And I'm seeing people that I kind of got respect for, and they're talking crazy like that. Well, I don't need no marriage. I'm not going downtown and this and that. And because, retirement, pension, money, homes, or whatever it is, they said, listen, I just want to be married in God's eyes to this person. So a few people going to get together. We're going to pray. The pastor going to get together, my parents, me, and some other people, and we ain't going downtown. We ain't doing nothing on paper. We're just doing it before God in the presence of witnesses. And that's good enough. What are your thoughts on this behavior?
I could say that on that, if you do that, and that man was married before, guess what happens when he dies?
Thank you.
So because the church made the mistake of getting involved with the state and letting the state control that, that's what happened. So this is where we are now, and probably because of these legal issues. So I totally do not recommend that. Yes, it's good to have plenty of witnesses, but go ahead and do it. Do it by the state. What's the problem? And take it to the step further. And let me say this too before you close too. I want to say, if you have this conversation again, I would love to speak from a musician standpoint, as a man and a musician, and what I had to endure and what I've seen musicians go through in the church dealing with these same issues we talked about tonight. That's a whole nother subject, a whole nother ball game. And if other musicians out there that are listening, we can have this conversation too.
That's interesting. I was married to a musician. Bless y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, your husband was a musician?
Mm-hmm. He still is a musician. My ex-husband. But yeah, he was a musician, and it is taxing. That's another part of it.
That's a whole nother spirit.
Man, yep.
That's a whole nother spirit right there.
Man, I'm telling you, because you got women throwing themselves on them and having to deal with that, and just that'd be
That's
right.
like I ain't pushing no dating up in no church. Them folk don't need to be running around getting involved in none of that stuff right there. This thing need to get on some.
And the burdens that the church put on the musicians, Sister E, don't forget that part.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and
that's
then the
right.
thing is, some of these musicians going into the secular world to make their money.
Yeah, it's a lot. They doing that, and then some of them just being, and some people just forced to, go ahead and get married, and they don't really want marriage. They want to be married to somebody else. They really live in different lifestyles. They really have different desires. But this is just how it is, and we push them. So we got a lot of men on the down low, married in ministry, and it's a lot. It's a lot going on. But God is good. God is faithful. Come on, Pastor Jay, close us out, brother, and tell us when the next time you'll be back on with a good old my sermon.
Oh man, but again, it's great again seeing everybody on the panel, and I bless the Lord for an opportunity to talk about Him. So Lord, we just bless you, we honor you, we praise you, God. We thank you for another wonderful opportunity to lift you up and to exalt you and to glorify you and to talk about you and what you have done for us and what you have provided for us, even in the aspect of affecting our relationships, our marriages, the hurts, the pains that we may have gone through in those things, the love, the joy that we're able to bring to those things, all because of you. And we thank you for that. And we bless you. And I pray for every single person that is watching this, oh Lord, that their relationships, whether they be friendships, whether they be, again, new acquaintances, whether they be marriages, oh Lord, that they allow those things to be impacted by you, that you impact all of us, oh Lord, that you show that it's about you living in and through us, and you want us in our relationships to be a reflection of you. And that's something that you have to do. And so we trust and rely upon you to do that, oh Lord. Allow us to have wisdom and understanding, to know how to interact with one another in relationship. We understand that it's all about love, unconditional love, and operating in love with each other and operating by your love. And that first has to be a love that we receive ourselves from you, that we know the love that you have for us first, that you died for us and caused us to be right in your sight, not because of a single good thing that we have done or we can do, but because of your great love for us and our trust in your great love for us. Allow us to share that same love to everyone around us, our brothers, our sisters, our wives, our husbands, everyone, our children, everyone, our co-workers, oh Lord. But let us first know that ourselves, that you have forgiven us, that you have accepted us, that you have determined that you're going to walk with us and lead us and guide us to the perfect way that you have for us, that you're not going to leave us out there on our own to have to do this thing by ourselves, but you're going to do a great work on the inside of us, leading and guiding us, and allow us to be led to this life of blessing others through relationship. We thank you, Lord. We honor you. We praise you and we bless you. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
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 4 hours. We getting much better. All right, everybody. Good night.